Technically. Year 47 of the world. There's a Reddit thread if you want it. Let's dive in, shall we? I can show you what I built. I built this. Not a huge amount happened. I was really tired that day. But I built this, which is a... Well, I mostly worked on these walkways up here. Because, as you probably know, a lot of Longdeath is just kind of construction. Yeah, only 958 years to go. Exactly, Stone. Someone needs to give Stone a subscription to the channel so he doesn't have to see ads. Stone's here all the goddamn time. If anybody deserves a gift stub, it's Stone. But, yeah, there's weird pus showing up everywhere still, which is fun. But, yeah, I built kind of this construction over here. Did I work on anything else really major? Oh, right, yeah. I finished the walls all the way around the outside except for that, apparently, which is still being constructed. But we put another layer onto the walls. I'm going to go up another layer, so I'm going to kind of keep going up with the walls. Probably go up another 4 or 5 layers. Yeah, I don't know who's fucking got an infection that's putting pus everywhere. I need to push the road around the outside out a couple more spaces so that trees stop fucking growing already. I can't remember what episode I did this in, but I dug this trench, which is actually like going to be a proper combat trench if we ever need it. Hopefully we won't for a long time, but something that did happen is we actually got traders from the mountain home, which we didn't get for years. B-Lug, what up, dude? But how's things, B-Lug? So we did actually get traders from the mountain home, which is good, which means they're not at war with us. Bless. It did take them like fucking 5 years to actually show up, though, which is a bit of a pain, I would say. Oh, hey, shit. I only just noticed. So I'm looking at the world map right now. Our fortress is right here, right? We have our 2 hillixes. But I think this is really interesting. Goblins have spread. There's a new goblin pit. Actually, they've spread kind of a lot, because we didn't get news for a while, right? We only just got news from the mountain homes. So these goblins have spread kind of a lot, actually. And so have these goblins. They've spread all the way up to here. This dwarven civilization, which isn't our civilization, the Healing Rim, have actually spread quite considerably. Our civ seems to be about the same. And our mountain home is also about the same. The Ignited Creation. Goblins down here have spread by 1 pit. They have 1 pit further up. And the humans, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure about the humans. Turkey vultures are horrific, man. It's no longer raining ashes from the sky, so we're doing all right. I kind of slept like shit, but that's par for the course. Didn't sleep so well because woke up in the middle of the night with crappy blood sugar. But c'est la vie. Tis what it is. What can you do? Yeah, no, totally, Stone. Also, hey, Taco Nova. Hello. But yeah, no, your estimate gross needs a fucking shower. That's for sure. But if we go all the way down here, there is no pus in the wells, so that is a positive thing. As far as like the actual baseline on the fortress, aside from the occasional puddle of pus, our dwarves are doing all right. As far as industry goes, we actually have like weaponsmithing up and running. Down here, we finished the new prison up here with all of the bars all the way across, and on the upper layer we've also got another row of bars. I've moved the military training into the area in front of the prison just because I thought it was fitting. And right above that we have this rad fucking temple over here that's just like carved into the wall above the prison, which is to the god of the earth, if I remember correctly. The Shrine of Earth, yes. The temple to Ashen. At the Metalsmith Guild Hall, and then the other temple that we built, which is dedicated to the God of Jewels, which is obviously filled with many a gem window. And for some reason, they couldn't build a wall piece right there, so they kept canceling it for unknown reasons. So I just kind of gave up and put bars there. This the one with you in it? I'll read the Alive Dwarves for clarity's sake. Euthris, Screw, Hobo, DeBerries, Quatch, King, Bastet, Scrumpet, Jellybutt, Eurypterus, Horny, Astrobanjos, Eric Shadowblade, Aegis, Cilantra, Slipple, Ham, Pispan, who's one of the original 7s. Same with Eurypterus. Jackie, Cheers Jamie, Suey, Pablo, Dragon Man, Hot Cup of Tea, Wave Thrash, Apostle, Disco Waffles, Goats the Third, Great Padinsky, Animal, Squug, Hare, Rhinestone, Belug, Lump, Semitaxagon, Jack Nurek, Audio Pilot, Petra, and Eternal, and Barons the Second. All for he two dwarfs. I hope not, but if you ever say a sentence like that again, I will remove it from my chat, because I don't want to read that shit, Takanuva. Don't want to read that shit, and I don't think you want to see a streamer projectile vomit. Like, if you're going to make me projectile vomit, at least subscribe to the channel first. And make me hate my life. And get paid for it instead of just hating my life. Stone and Stone 2 both died. It's a sad day. Maybe today you'll get restoned. And Astro Banjos, the dwarf, got promotion relatively recently and is now our sheriff, who's doing quite well, actually. If anybody would like me to check in with a particular dwarf, what happened to your dwarf? Good question. What did happen to your dwarf, Fire Stupid? I think you just kind of got beaten to death. Question is, where are you buried? Because, like, Axon kind of just died out of nowhere. R.I.P. Peter. Actually, I want to say Stupid, you went insane. And kind of wandered around insane for a bit, and then eventually just kind of got buried. Yeah, you just kind of went insane. Like Sal did. I had problems with children going insane, but the reason they were going insane was because they were picking up, like, incredibly tattered clothing, and then immediately it just, like, fell off of their body. And which gives them a massive mood debuff. And then they just kind of go nuts before they grow up. And then we have, like, the weird case of Jellybutt, who is completely overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. But because she's technically in prison and chained, the dwarves are feeding her and giving her water, so keeping her alive. Which is odd. It's a lot of statues. Whenever I realize I have an influx of lead, I throw all the statues there. So, yeah, they're all the same image, too. They're all they're all the same image of a dwarf. It's called the Eternal Spear. It's an image of a dwarf and a spear, and the dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose, and the image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, the local dwarven government. I'm kind of calling them my terracotta warriors. It's not even technically a statue garden. They're literally just there to defend my tombs. So that's all it is. It's they're my terracotta warriors. And I think I probably still just have a ton, right? So I have 90 charcoal. Yeah, I mean, okay, I still have 3. I've burned through most of it. Because we found a bunch of Galena ore on this level. So maybe we'll find more? Throw a table and a chair in there? Well, how about this? Let's get rid of, like, this and this. Well, we'll move 2 of the statues, and I'll replace them with tables, with, like, 2 tables and 2 chairs. And question is, should I make it a dining room? We'll call it, like, maybe not a temple. That would be unwise. 10 million sloth bear men, and then you found out. I forgot about it until they engraved it somewhere. And then you probably laughed pretty hard, I'd assume, right? For the art-loving dwarf? Yeah? Because a lot of these are exceptional statues, right? Well, it's a statue garden. Should assign it to the prison. Just put chains in the middle of it and chain people up in the middle of that. They'd love that. I once had... I think maybe my favorite image was this. My favorite image for a fort ever was probably this. Hold on. Just let me pull it up. Where did I save it? No, I can't remember where I saved it. Hot Sauce 27 is the next Picasso. I just like the name of that clip. I just like the name of that clip. It's an exceptional image. 10 million sloth bear. Now, I wonder how they would draw that. Would they literally draw 10 million? Or would they just like... I mean, yeah, it is 2016, isn't it? Yeah, that is kind of old. Or would they like just draw like a sloth bear man and then X 10 million? That's interesting. But anyway, I had an image of a dwarf, and I think it was 1,500 coins, and the dwarf was striking a menacing pose, and then there was like in the background. Actually, here I know where I saved it. Probably in that folder. I'm terrible at organizing images that are not related to my stream. So if it's like, wait, never mind. I found the folder. I moved it. So I got two different renditions of it. Check this out. There's this one, which is by Cooler, who does the majority of the art for the stream. He just kind of doodled it up. And it was because of the charity stream I did on my birthday, right? But then somebody else also commissioned this one on Fiverr, which is rad, by the way, I should add. It's fucking rad. Yeah. It's goddamn beautiful. It's a unicorn striking a menacing pose above a dwarf that's drowning in, or triumphant pose, above a dwarf that is drowning in coins, which is pretty great. This is also a banner image that Sophie the Bookworm drew for me. I like her idea of things that are menacing with spikes. People who, like, make art for the stream are so much more talented than me. I'm a little bit upset by it, not gonna lie. So, chat, this is interesting. Check this out. The Twitch directory no longer is called Slaves to Armagh 2. The Twitch directory is now called Dwarf Fortress. That's interesting. That is really, really, really interesting. I think that's very good, actually. Link that only changed today. It started yesterday. Yeah, it started yesterday. Yesterday was when it was put into the API. I noticed it when I went to title my stream yesterday, but it still showed up in the directory as slaves to Armok. How's Rhinestone doing? If anybody has a dwarf in particular they'd like me to check in with, let me know. Just give me a shout. And we'll do our best. So something that I'd like to do today is I'd like to try and work our way through all of this nice. I'm not sure exactly what to do with it. I also know that I need to move some of these craft store shops out of here. So I'm actually just going to go boop, 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 and boop. Get rid of all those. And we're going to get rid of this stockpile that's right here. And we are going to dig out an area that's up here. And the area that's up here... Goldfire! It worked that time. Yeah, okay, so now I really don't know why the Prime sub from earlier didn't work. But thank you so much for that Amazon Prime subscription. And enjoy the ad-free viewing on the realms of Twitch for the next 30 days. The dwarf emotes, the stupid skulls, and everything in between. Cheers. Chat, can I get a big old round of beers? For Coldfire. From the world of YouTube. Converted to the realms that be Twitch. Good to have you around. Thanks. You always laughed at the full title? Yeah, but this is actually, like, Googleable. Like, if you type in Dwarf Fortress Twitch, you'll end up in the right place now, instead of, like, not in the right place. I have a feeling it's Kit Fox's doing. I have a feeling. Histories of Word. I mean, it will be. Yes, but it makes more sense as a way to get people playing it. Oh, to make the Twitch Prime subs work? Yeah, you do need to link it. There's a lot of streamers that will, like, shout at you saying, hey, don't forget to link your Amazon Prime with your Twitch account to fucking sign up and shit. I'm not gonna constantly remind people to do that. It gets annoying. Yep. Yeah, no, that's how it's been for a while. I throw mine at my cousin in real life. It used to kind of rotate between a bunch of people. Now I just chuck it at my cousin. Because I want to help him out a little bit. Getting into streaming is hard, especially in 2020. But yeah, welcome. And enjoy the ad-free viewing, right? Like, that's the actual reason to subscribe to Twitch channels, is the advertisement-free viewing. The real support comes in on the realms of Patreon, but at the same time, I'm still not sure how I'm able to do this full-time. But I'm here, somehow. Impressively enough. So yeah, as always, if anybody has any questions about stuff that I'm doing, if you're confused, if you're wondering how a certain mechanic works or why I'm doing something the way I'm doing it, the answer is probably aesthetics. If you need help with something or are trying to learn Dwarf Fortress and you have questions, I can do live demonstrations and all that jazz. I don't know. I think it's goofy to, like you'll see some DF streamers and they'll have, like, title or live tutorials in their description and stuff like that, or new players welcome. It's like, well, of course new players are welcome. Like, come on in. Just ask for questions. 95,000 channel points almost there. Then you can make me go away. That's the important bit, right, Ovsalon? That's the important bit. Also, 234 subscribers is a good set of numbers. I like that. You can do 5,000 in a day if you're diligent about clicking on that Gib bonus button. Thanks, Elantra. Cheers. You're a dwarf, by the way. I don't know if you were going to ask, but... Where is your dwarf? There you are. You're blinky. You're a little annoyed when caught in the rain, restless after leading an unexciting life for too long. You want decent meals. You're feeling pity after being away from family, restless after being unable to practice martial art. I think I need to put you into the punching crew. You can join the bear fighters for a bit. I need to get the bear fighters training. You killed a Grey Langer once. Congrats. You have the appearance of somebody who's 93, and you have no family. Well, that would be why you're upset about the lack of family. You have a pet rooster, by the way, and a lover. Aww. That's adorable. Maybe you'll get married. Except you love the rain. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like it if there were some dwarves that loved the rain. Or nice jewelry. I have absolutely no fucking clue. I'll be honest, I would not know. I personally would make jewelry. To get more. My knee-jerk assumption is whichever one your dwarves are better at making. Every dwarf would go insane in Seattle. Yeah, dwarves need to move out of the Pacific Northwest. That's for sure. This is why they all live up in, I don't know. Oh, also, Chat, do you remember the 21st of September? I still don't own that record. I need to buy that record. Same, yeah, no, I ain't no dwarf. Did the Reddit dude release a new video yet? Reddit dude? What? Please don't ever Pepe in my chat, Taco. That would be cool. Leave the Pepes at the door. Oh. I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, this is kind of a please no Pepe zone. You can feels good man and feels bad man and feels birthday man, but that's about it. I try and keep the rest of those out of my chat. Also, I don't think there's a single animated emote active in my chat, except for like Sour Please. I try and avoid modern Twitch culture stuff. It's just not my speed. Not my personal poison. Oh, another thing that we did is we actually got a roof built on this mostly, which I need to finish. I'm gonna do right now. On the hill. I like that we have a little bit of fish. Let's just make meal, fine meals, 300. I need to get rid of some of these rock pots because I got so fucking many of them. Ah! I have so much random shit. Craft store shops. All right, so how many did I have? I don't even know. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe? We'll do. I'm gonna put a craft stockpile behind it because I need to get this stuff or the craft store shops out of the main area. Well, I don't need to, but I want to. You know, I only just realized that in Woj Hype, it's a cat holding pom-poms. I always thought it was like big earmuffs. for some reason. I don't know why. Like, I always thought, like, big headphones for listening to music. Mine's kind of blown, not gonna lie. Let's get rid of some of this nice, shall we? Also, who the heck's the manager these days? Lump is. Ah, that's why nothing's getting done. So Lump's in the wrestling crew. So that means I just need to take them off their jobs for a second, tell you go manage work orders, wait until you manage work orders, and then put them back on training. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-dum. Also, this is my manager's office right here. This tiny little room. But, you know, it's a nice little living space. And then right over here is the captain of the guard's room. Right above it is the, like, actual living space for the captain of the guard. It's a very nice space. I think any dwarf would be envious of such a nice living space. Biting demonstration. Yeah, for wrestlers. Of course, like, you have to learn how to bite down accurately to hang on to any giant. Also, Cilantro, I hope that you're enjoying your time in the military as you drink. But you did feel pleasure after putting on an exceptional item. But you were a bit worried after a lack of decent meals still. And you're dejected after wearing old clothing. What's the old clothing that you're wearing? Well, you have 10 bajillion rings on, so that's obviously not that. I don't know. Everybody's working on them crafts. Ba-da-lum, 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 bow. You know, I like this fort a whole lot. This fort's fun. This fort's been a good time. Also, if you want to help the stream out, there's a Reddit thread up for the stream. Any interactions with that thread helps a lot. It really does. Uh-oh. Okay, who left their lunch out on the table? Looks like it's already been cleaned up. Nope. Rotten kangaroo cheese. Gross. And a withered plump helmet. We should probably get rid of those. Yep. It's definitely that cheese. Or people coming to get it. All right, who left their lunch under the table? Come on, dwarves, clean up after yourselves. I'm blaming the humans, because there's a few humans in the fort right now. It's probably all their fault. You know, I've never been part of the Clean Your Plate Club. Like, I just wasn't raised like that. It was always oh, you know, eat until you're not hungry anymore. Worse than fish in the microwave? Okay, so the worst thing ever actually is fish in the microwave put into plastic container and brought on bus. Then opened up and consumed on bus when you're sitting right behind the person. That's the worst actual food smell ever. I love fish. I don't mind microwaved fish. But fuck off if you're the person doing that on a bus. Also, there's another one right there, and that one is forbidden. Oh, I know why. Durr. Why? That's my dump zone still. Gotta go activate the other one. We didn't fix the problem. We just moved it like a couple blocks to the left. There we go. Now they'll take it to the right place. Smell all day. Oh, God. Yeah, we need to make more kangaroo cheese, clearly. Hair is still a little bit stressed out, but you know, honestly, you really want abstract thinking, but you're a scholar. Go think abstractly, you dumb scholar. Maybe you just have too many jobs. It's like you're a scholar, You want abstract thinking, so go somewhere where you can abstractly think. That would make sense, right? Also, thanks, guys, for the upvotes on Reddit. Cheers. So I really like the way the temple that we built up here turned out. The temple being this building up here. I think one of the big projects for today is we're going to be working on more walkways up here and building more buildings up here. I'm thinking about doing some bedrooms up here for maybe more important dwarves, like let them live suspended in the air. I kind of, I don't know, like the idea. Kind of really like the idea. Also, hey, Joopy, hope you're doing well. And lose them all, that'd be fun. What if you win, though? Then you wouldn't lose them all. Also, shoutouts to the one human in the fort, Sam Texagon, who's very happy as friends in the fortress, is satisfied remembering teaching stone crafting. And oddly enough, is that one human who would ask to join the fortress once a year, every year, the entire time we'd been here. Really good friends with Rara, the human bowman. It must be bros. The best way I've ever lost a fort? Intentionally or unintentionally? I think I have answers for both, actually. Yeah, I think I have answers for both of those. So I would say best intentionally. Waiting for my manager to go fill out the job, and then I'll make them train again. That's done. Yeah. Intentionally was probably the time that I drained an ocean into hell. In doing so, also killed and drowned every single dwarf in my fort, except for one, who was my scholar, who just was living in the library and just kind of didn't seem to notice. Eventually, obviously, would have died of thirst. Probably that. The best unintentional way? Probably in recent memory would be the fortress that I had under a volcano that was like virtually impenetrable. And we were going on and on and on about how strong it was. And then a bunch of intelligent undead spawned right by the back door and ran inside before I could close the gate. And they just murdered everybody in the fortress. And then I drained lava into the fort. My phone's ringing. Hold up. Feckin' Purelator. They called me the other day and left a message on my phone saying, hey, we can't get into your building. Great. Can you please give us the access code? I'm like, well, you have my access code, so if you can't get into my building, how about I just give you a different address, deliver it to my parents' house. Tell them to deliver it to my parents' house. They call me today. They're like, hey, we can't get into your building. I'm like, I literally told you to deliver it to a different address. It's not that fucking complicated. Gah! Anyway, don't ever order anything from Purelator. They're fucking terrible. They're fucking terrible. God. Welcome to the part of the show where I talk shit about a delivery company I don't like. Sometimes it's DHL, the rest of the time it's Purelator. Ugh. Pack of giant wolves run into your fort and kill everyone. Yeah, that's pretty good. But anyway, the reason why that volcano fort was so good was as all my dwarves were dying, I had this brilliant idea. I'm like, I will drain lava into the fort and just set everything on fire. Like, this would be super, super fun. Like, let's just melt the whole fortress in lava. Great idea, right? Perfect idea. What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely nothing, right? Well, so we do that, and it goes very well. And it, like, melts everything. And it's glorious to watch. Everything burns, even the undead that invaded me, and I get the last laugh. Start a new fort. It's kind of going a little rough, but we have a military. And I'm like, you know what? I'd really, really, really like to have a... I'd really, really like to have some of the artifacts back from that fortress because I was attached to them. So I sent out one of my dwarves to go raid my old dead fort because we were part of a different faction and it wouldn't start a civil war or anything. And I was like, this seems like a good idea. Let's go get the stuff back, right? Well, they come back, and you know what happens? The dwarf that comes back and immediately spontaneously combusts. Bursts into fucking flames. Fire and everywhere. The whole forest outside my fortress burns down and half my military is dead. Because they brought back artifacts that were on fire. And of course, like, the game doesn't think to put them out because they're burning indefinitely in the lava, right? So they get back and the dwarves immediately die. Yay. So that killed that fort. So it was like a fort that killed two forts. Neither of them intentionally. So yeah, those are probably the best examples I have of forts dying. All right. So that's going to be my crafting area. Well, my stone crafting area. And I guess other crafts as well. And that'll hopefully power through a large chunk of the gneiss that's left. Not as good as Mudstone. I mean, the era of Mudstone isn't totally dead and gone. We still have Mudstone. It's just not as plentiful as it once was. Like, there's a few remaining boulders up here in this old iron deposit up here. So there is still certainly Mudstone in the fortress. And there's many things made from Mudstone. We will not forget the era of Mudstone anytime soon. Let me tell you that. Speaking of that, we should dig out some more down here and see if we can find some more galena, some more lead ore, among other things. So we still need to figure out what the heck we're gonna do for year 50 because, like, you know, we're getting kind of close-ish to that, and I think the 50th anniversary of a fortress is a pretty big deal, you know. Like, not many things last for 50 years. And when they do, that's generally a cause to celebrate. So I don't know what we're going to do to celebrate 50 years, but we need to figure something out. Aripterus, hello, hey, hi, how are you? If you're wondering, Aripterus, your dwarf is still alive and well? Still mentally stable? You're satisfied upon producing a masterwork, but bored being unable to practice a martial art for too long. We might need to put you into the punchy, stuffy crew. Your dwarf is a good dwarf. Actually, you know what? Why not? They're training right now. Let's chuck you into the bear fighters. Let you go do some stuff with the bear fighters for a bit. Go become an elite wrestler, which is all that they do, really. You're going to go learn some wrestling. The art of wrestling, even. We do currently have, I guess, one now. Beginner. Astro Banjos is one of the few that is not white. But the reason Astro Banjos isn't white is because Astro Banjos is the sheriff. So Astro Banjos is still, you know, working out in their sheriff uniform, but very happy upon improving discipline and fighting and euphoric due to inebriation. It doesn't feel anything after being away from family for too long. It's a good dwarf. Immediately surrounding a river? Good shit. Yeah, no, that's often, I think, a problem that a lot of people run into is they settle somewhere that, like, maybe only has deep metal, and you need to go real deep sometimes to find that deep metal, so. Like, real deep. So how's your dwarf baby? Which one? I mean, that's the important question, though. I missed the baby bit, but which one? Because you've got Cooler, your youngest son, who's a scholar, but Morden, who unfortunately never grew up. Jack Nurick 2, who also never grew up. Servant's Burial Chamber. Sui's still alive and well. Sui is 29 years old. Man, they grow up so fucking fast. Yeah, Cooler died. It's just interesting that it says his holdings is a servant's burial chamber. He's utterly harrowed and his upper body is gone. He's in pieces. But yeah, Sui's alive and well. And Euthyrus, your lover, is also alive and well. And feels wonder after learning about biting. Nice. Although I might need to pull them out because they're getting attacked by something. Yeah, no, Sui's an interesting dwarf because Sui's been kind of depressed a couple of times. She's had some rough weeks. If I can find her. Is she training? Yeah, there you are. Sui's had some rough weeks. Sui is currently crafting. But she's been fully depressed a couple of times and had a pretty bad injury, hence why she has a massive jagged scar on her neck and a permanently bruised spine. But do you have any grandkids? Not yet. Not that I'm aware of. That being said, Sui does have a lover. So maybe you'll see something like that. Maybe. Sui does have a lover in Hot Cup of Tea, who is rather depressed. Also wants to practice some martial art. Man, I need to make another bear squad. Are you brave, Hot Cup of Tea? If you are, I'll just chuck you into the Eternal Guard, because we need more members in the Eternal Guard. Never fails to seek out the most stressful situations. He's conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult. He's very greedy, slow to anger, feels discouraged. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Doesn't handle stress well. No, so you can't be in the military. Well, how about I remove Lump from the Eternal Guard, and we put Hot Cup of Tea into the squad. So you can go join the Bear Fighters. Then Lump is going to start a new wrestling squad because Lump is one of our elite wrestlers. So I'm going to make a new wrestling squad. I need a name for a no uniform wrestler squad that's never actually going to see any battle. What does that say? Bust treaties of merging. No, that's not what we're going to call it. Bench warmers? The bench warmers. That doesn't sound very dwarfy. It's funny, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think I'd ever see dwarves naming something the bench warmers, you know? At that point, I might as well call it Sandlot 3. Yeah. Although Sandlot could work. Sandpit, maybe? The Flaming Bench. How's that? I'm trying to think of like something that sounds a little bit more dwarfy. The Molten Bench? Table turners? Wouldn't that be like table flippers? Iron bench? Iron bench could work. Lead bench could work. The moldy ass? What? Moldy donkey? Why is the donkey moldy? I like the flaming bench. It's either flaming or molten. I like flaming. So, I'm going to make Lump the captain. Because every good squad needs a good teacher. Oddly enough, if the teacher is like already a pro at a thing, like if the leader of the squad is a pro at a thing, they'll actually train their squad faster. True story. So Lump can go take a break now. But we now have the Flaming Bench alongside of the Eternal Guard. Speaking of, I should probably get the Eternal Guard in training pretty soon. But Hot Cup of Tea is going to be the newest recruit who's going to go train a little bit. Because I have a feeling just chucking you into training for a little bit will probably be enough to fix his stress. Because that's not a lot of stress. Over the long term, he's been under a great deal of stress. I'm really only seeing caught in the rain, bored after lack of abstract thinking, needs martial arts, wants to do something creative. It's like, it's just kind of general things. Also, if I go down here, we're going to go down to crafts and give you stone crafting because that's kind of the main craft that we actually get done here. So you can also have stone crafting. I mean, they fight. They just do a lot of combat drills instead of doing a lot of combat actual. Boom, ba-da-da-dum, bow, no. But yeah, no. So we're just today's goal is to kind of make an actual noticeable dent in all of the nice that we still have around. I mean, it's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, but like, there's so much of it. You know? I wonder if they've dug into this at all. A little bit. Not really finding any more ore, though. Although the ore I found was over in the granite, not in the gneiss, so I guess I'm just kind of mining out more gneiss now, aren't I? It's from the Bastion OST. It's a really good soundtrack. Yeah, I don't know. This fortress is like really just proving to me my theories of, oh, most of the people who have problems with moods just aren't taking good care of their dwarves. Like, That's kind of how this fort's making me feel. I really want an artifact menacing iron spike or spike. I'm so like torn on all of the games that Supergiant Games make because they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and I can't play any. Oh, I have a unicorn that I just bought that I totally forgot to pasture. Unless it's dead. Because I forgot to pasture it. Dead because I forgot to pasture it. Yep. That's a big whoops. The greatness of tiring? I mean, I did see the great fighters, but that's the last thing that I saw you said. Bastion is a great game, but I was able to get around halfway through Bastion, and then it just became too much visually. And all of their games are kind of like that. But they're gorgeous looking. I love watching people stream them, but I don't think I'll ever be able to play them. And it's been even more so obvious with Hades. Like, I've tried. I've so tried. I just wish I could play Hades. You like the narrator for Bastion? Yeah, I mean, they're fucking good at what they do. The dwarves are here to trade once again. 2 years in a row. Good news. Very good news. Very, very good news. Not tried Bastion? It's a classic. Played it a long time ago. There bless our beards. Something like that, yes.
Raise you beards. Do bless our beards.
Raise you beards, bless our beards. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for our 4th month, Vin. It's good to have you back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for our friend, Vin? A local historian, if you will. Who's very famous in the community world for discovering many of the stories. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We shall add some information to your maps. The goblins are spreading. It is becoming concerning. What requests do you have of our merchants? Medals! All of them. Bot does not like full stop. I love the term full stop. Like, you have to do insert thing here, full stop. I kind of want to sell iron bars to the dwarves because they don't have iron at the mountain home. And I don't think that'll give them the ability to trade me iron products, but I don't know, it just feels right, you know? Let's ask for sheet so we can write more books and copy our books. We've finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your great craftsmanship. They still want scepters. What's wrong with them? Splints, figurines, and crowns, and powder, and handwear. All right. We look forward to our meeting next year, dwarves. Our fortunes, of course, will rise and fall together. Yeah, we know. We were talking about that earlier. I think the only thing that actually is neat out of that, Mandelf, is the fact that they also own Obsidian, so maybe, like, a New Vegas is a possibility, or a New Vegas, like, proper rework is a possibility. I don't like ZeniMax. I don't like the games they make, really. I like some stuff id puts out, but I didn't buy it Doom Eternal, because I don't think I would have enjoyed it all that much. I hope that Microsoft continues doing what they do, which is let's not fire everybody and let's just kind of let them independently work and just put all the games out on Game Pass. And that's probably all it will be. But I would like to see, like, remakes of Daggerfall and shit. I doubt we'll get that, but it would be interesting. I don't know. So I'm going to sell a bunch of iron bars. Excuse me. Because, I sell them a bunch of metal bars. And then all the crafts that we've been making, of course. That's not true. You forget that the, now I'm forgetting the name of them. Developers that made Dishonored. Chat, what is their name? Why am I forgetting the name of them? Dishonored. Arcane. Yeah, Arcane Studios is Bethesda. Yes, Steam, I'm born in 1902. Yeah, Arcane Studios is Dishonored. And they're owned by ZeniMax Media. I don't know. I'm not that surprised because, like, there was talks that Microsoft was trying to buy EA Games. And apparently they were also trying to buy Ubisoft. So, I don't know. I'm not entirely surprised. Or rather, I'm surprised. But what I'm not surprised by is... I'm trying to think how to word this. I'm surprised they bought ZeniMax Media specifically and not, like, a chunk of it. You know? Like, I'd be less surprised if it's like, oh, they bought Arcane and id. But the fact that they bought ZeniMax is surprising. Stay safe, Vim. We haven't had a major earthquake here in a while. We're due for one, frankly. Screw is coming to trade. Boom, boom. It's not that valuable. I'll just buy the sheet. It's been interesting. They've actually brought a few scrolls and stuff to trade. Copper, bronze, copper, brass, steel, sterling silver, electrum, silver, black bronze, rose gold, nickel silver. Nah. Bronze, copper, electrum. Our efforts are legend here. Shall we trade? Bunch of thread. And apparently some cranberries. That's the trade. Does Zon sell any helms? Probably. I'm assuming that's what his name means. As far as news goes, looks like the Mountain Homes are still invading the Goblin capital with no luck, considering the other Goblin faction is growing behind them. Doesn't seem like the wisest thing to be about doing. I don't see any spreading. Yeah, I'm just seeing... Oh, elves spread a little bit. But they might have done that before, and I just didn't notice. Yeah, no, they seem to just be still at war. They're back at war. I don't think that there's that much meaning to names, you know? Or as much meaning to names as I think you wish that there was, you know? Because, like, of course, I kind of wish that, like, their personality would be driven a little bit more by their names, but... Eh. Doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really expect too much to come of... Like, I don't really expect too much to change now that Microsoft owns Bethesda. I think that it'll probably be more or less the same Bethesda that we all know and love, and I think the games will probably be more or less the same. Like, I've seen people saying, now they'll have money to fix their engine. It's like, there's no fixing that engine. You're not they're not going to fix that engine. They're going to maybe one day make a brand new engine. They're not going to ever fix that engine. Thanks, Hendrico. I mean, ironically, my name means watchful. And I'm legally blind. I see a lot of great irony in the meaning behind my name. Watchful or observant. But I guess you can observe things with ways other than just eyes. I've always found a lot of deep irony in my name. Bow, 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 ba-da-da. Ouch, damn it, that hit me right in the irony. Does corner doors make you nervous? How so? Just giving this stuff to them. I've had a few people comment that I'm being way too nice to my dwarves in this fortress, giving them massive bedrooms and such, but it's like, how can you ever be too nice to your dwarves? All right, I hope that they were satisfied with that trading. But I'm going to begin working on something. I was also raised very Christian. I'm not an atheist, but I'm definitely agnostic these days. Equals only skinny dwarves allowed? I don't think that's necessarily how that works. I think a large number of young people were raised religious and didn't work so well. I know how I'm gonna do this. Make a big ramp. I think, I mean, I've talked about this on stream before, but I'm trying to think how to word this. talked about this on stream before, but for me, it's more the, like, I very much see the benefits of religion, and I don't see any of those benefits benefiting me, you know? I think for me, like, kind of the tipping point was when I really started seeing how many adults are just deniers of blatant science. It's just kind of a, well, I mean, it's just, now you're just being stupid. And that stuff bothers me. Very much so. But yeah, no, I don't think that corner doors equals only skinny dwarves. It's very much a, you need to kind of look at it differently, you know? There's plenty of space. You're going to hell? Me. See if I care. Cool. I hope they have cake. I'm pretty sure that we're all fucked. If hell's that bad, we're all going there, so. So what I'm working on is I'm working on a ramp that's going to kind of go along here and go over to here and then going to, maybe not, actually, I don't know. Probably what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go over to this wall, and I'm going to burrow into the wall, and we're going to go down along the side there and pop out down here, and then we'll do our trading on this layer instead of all the way up the hill at the top. Probably full of clowns. Bunch of clowns, man. Telling you. I mean, I know I've pushed people away from my stream because of my religion talks before Coldfire, but it's something that makes a lot of sense if you think of it from the perspective of a significantly less advanced society, and just makes less and less and less sense the more knowledge we gain about the, like, logic of our universe. You know, the more we learn about this stuff, the more, and how our world works, the more we learn about science, the more we learn about us as a species, the more we learn about other species, it just ceases to be logical. Let's change it up. I mean, we don't have to. It's something people want to talk about. We can talk about it. But I'm pretty sure most of the people watching the stream probably agree. So I think we're probably okay. I don't really... Like, maybe I'm putting myself into a bubble here. God, I've exported a lot of wealth. Maybe I'm putting myself into a bubble here, but I don't really picture myself as somebody who attracts an audience of people who go to church on Sunday. I could be wrong. Maybe there are some people who watch me who are extremely religious, but, like, I kind of always go back to the argument that I had with somebody who I used to watch on Twitch a bunch, who used to hang around this stream a bunch, over... I think I was playing Elite Dangerous at the time, and he said something to the signs of, like, it's a pity that, you know, it's wholly unrealistic because there's no aliens on Earth. Or in our universe. And I basically asked him why, and he said because God would have told us that we weren't alone. I'm like, well, what if God's lying? Hey, Cat Pig! It's been a fucking long time. It's good to fucking see you. How's things? Like I always tell people, I was an atheist for a couple of years, but I'm agnostic. It's... What if God was the aliens? I love that theory. Even if it's mostly a meme. I love that theory. Ancient alien theorists believe that the answer is yes. Why would I forget you, Cat Pig? You've got a memorable name and you typed in my chat a lot, you know? I think, you know, there was one time that this bloke tuned into my stream after not tuning in for a very long time, right? And he was just like, hey, Blind, what's up? Hi, chat. And I'm just like, oh, hey, how you been? That I basically, like, was a little bit sarcastic. I was like, I thought you only watched me when I played City Skylines. And he's like, wait, you remember that? Like, yeah, no, you always tuned in, right, when I played Cities. Every single time, like, within minutes. Tune in. God is a DJ. That's a terrible album, I'll have you know. Speaking of God being a DJ, anybody here listen to that new Pendulum? That new Pendulum's pretty fucking good. If you listen to Pendulum, I know that you grew up in the same age category as me. I got loads of viewers, yes, but here's the thing that's maybe a little bit surprising to you. On an average day, about 500 to 1,000 people will tune into my stream and watch for a couple minutes and then leave. But only about 60 to 80 people actually talk. And it's even smaller still the number of people that actually talk actively. A lot of people will type in once. So if you talk more than once, I'll probably remember you. You know, I used to remember every single order for every single regular at the McDonald's that I worked in for the coffee that they would order every single day. From like 8 in the morning onward. Well, actually, from about 4 in the morning till about 8 in the morning. So, and that's like a couple of people a minute at times. So I'd be amazing in hospitality. I was fucking garbage in hospitality, I'll have you know. Fuck those demanding assholes. Bunch of dicks that I had to serve every day. Fuck that industry. Never going back. But I do have a good memory. Retail, food service, hospitality, it's terrible industry. I like to think I'm pretty good at entertaining people, keeping people engaged, as they say. But maybe making someone's day a little bit better in the form of providing entertainment. But you think retail and front desk? Hospitality is anything from hotel front desk all the way up to food service, tending bars. That's all the hospitality industry. Yeah. The hospitality industry is a very wide blanket term. You think entertainment is separate? Thank you for throwing some channel points at making me go away. We're 63% of the way done. If you throw your channel points at making me get a day off, I get an extra day off, which generally means I actually just edit all day. Quatch is upset over something. Exasperated when caught in the rain. Duh. Want to practice a craft, but you're a blacksmith. Go smith some blacks. You know what? We'll give you weaving and stone crafting as well, so you can actually do something that makes you happy. You're also not very strong. God, you're hauling that slowly. Thought the frame was bad. No, he's just weak. you watch the stream. They appear at the bottom of the channel. You can click the little green thing to get more. There's Kias. Oh, that's why my frame rate's lagging. The panicked Kias. I don't know what you mean by TUI, but this is a tile set. If you want the tile set, exclamation point tile set. So what brings you to the channel today, Cat Pig, after so long? I've never seen anybody refer to a ASCII interface as a TUI. Swordmaster scratches the Kia, and it dead. Excellent. Hopefully we can kill those Kias pretty quick when they land. Yeah, 2 of them are dead already. Good stuff. Well, thanks for taking the day to tune in. Picking the day to tune in. Swinging by. Watching some dwarfs with us. This is very erratic. Sounds about right. A lot of people's activity on Twitch is very erratic. My activity on Twitch is absurdly consistent. 3 left. Swordmaster's killed 2 of them. I was near a door. The Swordmaster slashes the key on the right upper leg with an iron short sword, tearing apart the muscle. The iron short sword is lodged firmly in the wound. The Swordmaster pulls on the embedded iron short sword, and the Swordmaster gains possession of the iron short sword, and Cheers Jamie says, I was near a door. How pleasurable. How you doing, Balinor? It's good to see you. Very pleasurable indeed. Must have been a fine door to be so pleasurable. Twitch does that. So that ate about 3 months? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I can't see well enough to play Path of X. Do, 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 do. I mean, a lot more people watch Path of Exile, so it's got to say something for Path of Exile, I would think. That makes no sense to me. So wait, does that mean that Path of Exile is a JRPG? Is it as fishing? The militia commander bites the key in the right lower leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Good on you. And stabbed it with the steel spear. Good stuff. I'm sure the stabbing with the steel spear probably did more damage. Quatch, we're just going to give you more metal smithing so that you can actually do some metal smithing. You played for hundreds of hours and never saw one? I mean, that was the running joke with... that's been the running jokes for a while with JRPGs, is all modern JRPGs have a fishing minigame. So when Warframe added fishing, there was this sudden joke of, so is Warframe a JRPG? I love the dead Kias in my library. There's 3 of them now. All of the Kias are dead. Fantastic. Go forge some menacing iron spikes. I'm sure that'll help. I mean, yeah, it's a joke for a reason. Stone, because literally every game would be a JRPG. Dwarf Fortress is a JRPG then. A friend of mine was who I played some Hunter Call the Wild with over the weekend was talking about how the warehouse that he works in started a Minecraft server. So they're all playing together in this Minecraft server. Hey, Sorex, what's up? You'd sign up for Dwarf Fortress JRPG? I don't know if I would. I don't like JRPGs. Anyway, they started up a Minecraft server, right? For them and their employees. And one of the guys is like very much a Call of Duty head and has never played anything really but Call of Duty. They like Madden are like the 2 games he plays every year, are like Call of Duty and Madden on the Xbox. And they got him playing Minecraft. And he starts saying that apparently he starts going on about how, oh, this is such a dumb game. Like, why would anybody except for a kid play this stupid kid's game, yada, yada. And within 72 hours, he's playing it with his son and calling in sick for work. And apparently the 2 of them have built a giant monument of a phallus to how much he hates his job. Which is kind of adorable that they dug a giant crater and built a massive steel dong on the server over a week. I don't know. I'm like weirdly amused by that him and his like 8-year-old son are building a giant dick. As they should. Damn it. Also, the Eternal Guards should cease being the Eternal Guard because somebody die? No. What? Thought I had another soldier in that. Guess not. Did you lose your job and get kicked from the server? Yeah, right? I mean, you know, honestly, if you're going to pick a game to play with your kid, I think Minecraft is one of the best you could. That's how I remember playing Minecraft like 10 years ago. Why would anybody play this? Dumb game. Oh my god, what day is it? What fucking year is it? I haven't left my house in months. Wait, no, that's just 2020. Bah! I hope you aren't celebrating something. I like this human for Semtaxagon. You feel satisfied upon improving stone crafting. Very fitting for these dwarves, you know. I like this human. This human is like kind of my people, you know. Never sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed. Values tranquility and quiet. And after seeing Morden's dead body, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Values sacrifice and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and dreams of raising a family, and is mad at people making noise. A good, clean Christian Minecraft server, yes. Giant penis on my Christian server. God, I love that joke. That whole thing was fucking brilliant. Do I have any dumb metal that we're not going to use for anything useful? Because I should make it into something else. Pig iron electrum. Not really. Not like enough to start just pumping out bins of. I guess I can make iron bins, but I'm too busy making menacing iron spikes. So. Also, to be clear, as far as I know, it's like a legitimate reason to call in sick. He was calling in sick due to a back injury, but like still kind of funny. Also, big thank you to all the people that are hanging out today. You know, there's a bunch of people that got here kind of early, and we've had a pretty good crowd today. So thank you very much, everybody, for spending time and watching the stream and just chilling with us. Also, it's snowing. And shoutouts to Eripterus. No, not Eripterus. Where was it? Jackie for making a masterpiece prepared kidney stew. Absolutely wonderful. Who doesn't want a prepared pig kidney stew with ingredients of a stack of 5 prepared kidney stew? Ingredients are exceptionally minced prepared pig lung, prepared pig brain, and prepared pig kidney. It's meat stew. Very meaty. I don't think I've ever had like a stew with just meat in it. Probably be like a ground beef stew. Also, streamer's going to sell out for a few seconds. And just remind everybody, because it's Monday, all the leaderboards have reset. So if you want to get your name at the top of the leaderboard, 1 bit or 1 gift sub will take the #1 spot. And somebody left their lunch in their bedroom. Rotten pig meat. I think I need to give them all more cabinets. Because, like, if you actually look inside of these cabinets, it's kind of hilarious. It's like, what's actually in this cabinet? Cloaks, cloak, trousers, like, mittens. Like, at some point, I'm going to need to go through all of these cabinets and dump all of this shit. Like, each one has, like, 50 articles of dead clothing that nobody's wearing anymore. Chips? So by chips, you mean, like, potato wedges or fries, right? Because that's not much of a meal. You need something else to go with that. I don't think I've ever actually had kidney. I've also never had liver. I've probably had pig kidney in sausage, but I'm not certain that counts. I've probably had many bits of pig that I don't want to think about in sausage, to be honest. I've never had Popeyes in my life. I've seen the... Did you eat spinach? Right? That's what I was thinking. Did you eat canned spinach? I have no idea what Yes Minister is. I like sausage, though, and I frankly don't really care what's in sausage. It's as long as it's actual meat, as long as the thing that's in my sausage is bit of animal, I don't really care all that much. What bothers me is when it's, like, unnamed filler. That's what I don't like. I don't mind when it's just like, oh, it's X bit of an animal. Like, that's what's supposed to be in sausage. Now, when it's like rat meat, then I get concerned. Grade D meat, but edible. Yeah, exactly. As long as it's tasty, like, you know. Unless, like, you're making sausages yourself. You're just kind of, like, eating the chat roulette of food, you know? It's just Ratatouille. I need to rewatch that movie. I love that movie. I remember the first time I watched Ratatouille. I watched it in a hotel with my little sister while on vacation. And we ate 4 pizzas between the 2 of us. Jury. Yeah, I never really understood that. Like, vegan food is really good. Really good. But it's bad at mimicking other things, you know? Like, vegan food itself is actually quite tasty. But it bothers me when it's like, oh, well... What's the word I'm looking for here? It bothers me when it's like, oh, it's macaroni and cheese. It's like, no, this ain't macaroni and cheese. In fact, it's nothing like macaroni and cheese. This is macaroni with nut sauce, which is very good. But it's not macaroni and cheese, so stop calling it macaroni and cheese. Sheesh. See, here's the thing. I don't actually mind lab-grown meat. It's the stuff that's like, oh, it's actually like a bunch of vegetables crammed together to make look like meat. But like lab-grown meat, I'm fine with.
Cheese for everyone.
Now, cheese is fantastic. Can we just like all agree that? You give me enough money to have Crip cheese, then shoutouts to you. You like veggie burgers that taste like veggie burgers? It's all marketing. That's all it is. Is soy milk? Soy milk just tastes like weird, like, murky water. I like almond milk. I don't like soy milk. Soy milk just doesn't taste like anything. That's my problem with soy milk. It's not that I don't like it. It's just kind of a non-flavor. It doesn't. It tastes like soy. Which is fine. I think, again, my problem with it is the fact that it's called soy milk. If it's called soy beverage, which is the stuff that I buy when I do buy soy stuff, it's fine. It's just like a sweetened soy beverage, and it's tasty. But, like, just calling it soy milk is, like, odd to me. All right, is nobody, like, making... I must have, like... removed all of my wood burners because nobody is wood burning. That or everybody's just too busy with other jobs to actually, like, you know, make charcoal. You love tofu, but soy milk just throws you off. Like I said, I like a liquid almond more than a liquid soybean. I don't know. My main issue with all of that stuff is just the fact that it's branded the same. Soy drink. Yeah, no, I mean, it depends on the brand here, Super Zip, but there's like soy milk, which will be called soy milk, and then there'll be like soy beverage and then soy drink. And I'm totally fine with soy beverage and soy drink, but soy milk is strange to me. It's just relatively flavorless, and it's fine in cereal. I completely agree with that, because after about 10 seconds, it just tastes like the cereal that you're eating anyway, so who fucking cares, really? Didn't they recently dictate that milk must come from an animal? I mean, maybe. I wouldn't know. Sounds like people are milk gatekeeping. But good. Last time I checked, an almond doesn't have a tit, so how can you milk it? It's by law illegal to call it milk. Huh. Would make sense. Because it ain't fucking milk. About damn time, Frank. I support this notion. I really should just delete that, Joopy. I'm going to refund that because I don't want to run an ad. No, it's all good. I just, it was something that I tested for a little bit, and it doesn't work. And I was planning on removing it and then forgot. That's my bad, not yours. So you should have your channel points back. Doesn't make it any more or less confusing, though. Watch. Hey, Finny. Wait. That's the way it should have worked. Yippee. No, I've kind of made the decision that I'm going to try and make this stream as ad-free as possible. Dwarfurium. I don't know what Dwarfurium is. Is that like a fossilized dwarf that's then mined out and then processed into like oil or something? What exactly is Dwarfurium? Okay, why the hell are you yelling at me about cloth, game? Just turn that for a little bit. Because I know that stuff's... Like an aquarium? Oh, yeah, I guess. See, I was going to like a mineral with my brain. Also, Quatch, I'll have you know that last time I checked on you, you were a little depressed. But you've been satisfied at work recently, so that's good. You got into an argument. You keep getting into arguments, and that's been really hurting you. Also, you kind of got your shit kicked in. I'm not sure by what. Been lurking? Well, I hope you've had a good lurk. How's Hot Cup of Tea doing? Better. Better. Should be fine. Hasn't tantrumed at all. Motionless floating dwarves, like floating face down, drowned and dead in an aquarium. Is it morbid, or did they just find fun? Like, what do you think? It's like Finding Nemo, but it's Finding Eurist. Dwarf Tank? Dwarf Tank, my favorite new show on CBS, where dwarves pitch businesses to elvish millionaires, and the elvish millionaires always reject them because the dwarven businesses always involve logging. But jokes aside, Dwarf Fortress is good. And Dwarf Farm is definitely a Facebook game. Definitely a Facebook game. Someone needs to, like, convince Krug Smash to do that 5-minute episode at some point. You'd watch that? Yeah. I'd voice act in that. I mean, it would be funny for, like, 2 minutes. And that's about how long the video should be. How many books do we have? 230. They haven't written any books in a while. Perhaps it's because we're out of choirs. Make some choirs. Little people, big investments, big money. You're just, for some reason, this discussion is reminding me of that one scene from The Wolf of Wall Street when they're just, like, throwing midgets for the lulz. Thank you for throwing channel points and making me go away. Unicorn was found starved to death. I mean, I knew it starved to death, but I guess they finally found it. I bought a unicorn and forgot to pasture it, and it, unfortunately, naturally passed away of natural causes. It's a very unfortunate situation, not gonna lie. Is there a hole there? Yep. Not sure why that construction was canceled, but... Pity I can't build ramps down. Are you asking how long dwarves can live? Dwarves live like up to 170 years in game. So I've got a good number of dwarves that have been alive for a while. I think one of the older grown up dwarves in this fortress who was born in this fort are somebody like Cheers Jamie, who's what? 29 years old? Yeah, roughly 29, 30. Satisfied upon improving wood burning. Excellent. There we go. So, Fenny, I know that you've been, like, watching the dwarves on and off on stream, but have you actually, like, dove in at all and tried to play the game? With the competence, or lack thereof, I'm assuming? Is there a difference between stairs and ramps? Stairs can be constructed vertically. Ramps cannot. Yeah, that's the main difference. Also, I think dwarves can slip on ramps. Something to do with that. Buttload of buzzards floating around. There we go. So the wagon now has access to down here on these green areas. And they damn near started a war of stone. Cursed beings, frankly. I think we should set them all on fire. The company is bankrupt by lunchtime. I don't know about that, but I think it depends on the manager and it depends on the secretary. I think it heavily depends on the manager and it heavily depends on the secretary. Slight exaggeration? Isn't life full of slight exaggerations? What material should I make my trading depot out of? Kind of thinking brass or black bronze. Chat, what material should I make my trading depot out of? Because I'm building a ramp so that the caravans can come all the way down into the fortress itself. I worked with very few good managers, and you can really tell the difference working with a good manager. Like, I could do rose gold, which would be bright fucking pink. Zinc? Why zinc? Wood blocks? No. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to listen to any of you. I'm going to go with rose gold because it's pink. Well, more purple, but... Buzzard is fighting the blacksmith. I'm going to turn on the Immortal Guard so they can fight those frickin' buzzards. Jamie immediately slashes a buzzard in the head with an iron short sword, and the severed part sails off on an arc, and then Jamie says, I was near a furnace. How pleasurable. I love this dwarf. This dwarf is wonderful. He just keeps on, like he killed a kid earlier by biting its leg off, and then says, I was near a fine door. How pleasurable. And now he's like, I was near a fine furnace. How pleasurable. Jamie is a great dwarf. Possibly one of the best dwarves. I love this fucking dwarf. Like, in a fucking fantastic mood. And meanwhile, is suffering from some serious fucking PTSD of seeing Axon die. And doesn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard die. And is a little exasperated when caught in the rain. But just, like, satisfied at work and blissful sleeping in their bedroom. And just has, like, all of these wonderful thoughts about stuff that they're next to. It's great. While murdering shit. You know, it's all about positive thinking. It's like in situations where other dwarves would just be panicking and freaking out and like, oh god! Like that dwarf's just like, I was near a pretty building. Fantastic construction. I don't know, I fucking love that shit. Although I think Axon was that dwarf's mother, so I think that that's kind of fair. Even the most hardened warrior is going to get even the most hardened warrior is going to be all like, eh. There's another one. Swordmaster stabs the buzzard in the head with an iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Buzzard head. Should I put that buzzard head onto a pedestal? Stone, I have a question. Would you want a buzzard's head to be put next to your dwarf's coffin? It is what killed you, after all. An engraving of a gem? I'm not sure what wall you're referring to. What materials should I make the pedestal out of? With the dumb ways they died? I think it's a memorial. I mean, obviously, you know, I don't have translucent metal or glowing metal or shining metal or faced metal or bright metal or searing metal or singing metal or clear blue metal or booming metal. But I can make most of the other ones mudstone. I'm a derp. I can't stipe. Stipe? And Taco's all like, this was going perfectly according to my plan. And I'm just like, God damn it, I've given in. Oh, on this layer? No, that's just a gem. If that's the one that you're talking about. Because I have a detailed Sards cluster drawn by Board Guy. And it's an image of the ignited creation. It's an image It's an image of a bolt, which is our faction. And right next to it, there's an image of Euthris, drawn by Spitalier, and Euthris is laughing. The artwork relates to the famed mood of the dwarf Euthris, the mid-autumn of 7. God, it's been so fucking long. He's still in the fort. How old is Euthris now? 106 years old. Yeah. Engravings are a ghostly ordeal, aren't they? Chat, do you guys think that these walkways look as fucking cool as I do? I think they look so fucking cool. Like, I can't get over how cool these fucking walkways look. An apricot stew. Delicious, Jackie. I'm sure the dwarves will appreciate that. Oh my god, I'm finally under a fucking 2,000 plant. Killed a couple buzzards, but not that many. You're loving my giant pit with the walkways? It sounds a lot less cool when you say giant pit, but yes. It's a monolithic fortress deep in the crust of the earth, with many a city and a bustling dwarf running around on the outside on many of the walkways. Wonder if they've built that. No, they haven't. There is a pig on it, though. I love my giant pit. It big pit. It big cute pit. There was a mother that chucked a baby off of it. R.I.P. Peter. Or tripped, and the baby went, whee! I had a dwarf roll headfirst down this long-ass stairway up to this tower up top. In the form of stone, too, because he got attacked by a buzzard, and he fell, like, I don't know, 10 Z levels or so. So only 2 so far. Oh, actually, that's not true. I did have a cave-in where 2 miners died. And 1 lost, like, an arm, basically, but it's still booking around here somewhere. Ah, actually, I think that's him. Yeah, this one. Animal. He's okay. He, isn't using a crutch. No health problems. Her head bears a massive jagged scar, and her upper arm bears a short straight scar. Yeah, there we go. Not missing an arm, but heavily wounded. Of course it is. And it will probably remain unprotected. Not like OSHA has any jurisdiction here. Although this walkway is going to get protected. I did say it should get protected. Never said I would protect. Just wait until you see how steep this ramp is going to be. And an elven caravan has arrived. I'll still have to trade on the upper one. Sell him some meat pots. Some wine pots. Some shitty clothing. And all those crafts that we can carry. That sounds like war. That sounds like a bad idea. We're not at war. The goal is longevity, not battle. No, the elves are our friends. They keep bringing us delicious animals that we can cook. Who said I trust them? I simply said I was going to trade with them. Not like I'm giving them anything actually useful. I don't recall ever saying that I trusted them, in fact. What newbie pack do I want to search for as a complete DF noob? Just the game? Go watch Krug Smash as your first fortress and just install the game. Don't worry about any add-on packs. It'll overcomplicate things. One of us! One of us! One of us! Exactly. But here, I'll give you a YouTube vid. I generally believe, like, you should mess about with the vanilla game a little bit, just enough to, like, know how to install it and kind of do the basics without any assists. And then if you want to install Lazy Noob Pack and that stuff, do that after. But I honestly think it's better to start with just the vanilla game initially, even though a lot of people will be like, it's much harder. Yeah, I mean, it is, but you'll learn a lot more about the game than you would otherwise. And Vin, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Cat Pig. Good to have you back, Cat Pig. But they're taking too long. You're not the only person to feel that way. Although, to be fair, it's going to make the itch and Steam version that much fucking cooler when it does come out. And thanks, Vin. Thank you so much for being the first person to gift a sub this week. A few people gifted subs yesterday, but cheers. A little bit of lag. Did the date just roll over? No. It's probably just because of all the pathing. I'm actually gonna skip that track. That track's cool. Got a lot of spoilers for the game in it. You know, the more I think about it, I think Pyre's probably the only Supergiant Games game I could probably actually finish, considering the game is mostly reading. It's interested near a splendid depot. Gotta dig out more of this area as we go. Just kind of have to be careful about what I actually trade them. Make sure there's nothing in here that's wood. Or any bins for that matter. I don't think there is. I mean, I don't know about you, but clothing? Elves can make some decent clothing. Hemp dresses, cotton robe, shoe. Another shoe. Another shoe, another shoe. Another shoe and another shoe. Gonna lurk to watch the vid? It is for an older version. Dirty fabric? Assuming that's some sort of godly material. An undulating cloth. You know, I don't want the dirty one, but I will take the undulating one. They're still bringing feather tree egg yolks. That's got to be some sort of weird bug. They seem ecstatic with the trading. Excellent. All right, chat. I've been streaming for how long? 3 hours and 36 minutes without a break. I'm going to go stand up, stretch, and take a piss. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I do have to do lunch pretty soon, too, but I'm going to take my insulin out of the fridge. Primarily, I'm just going to go take a piss, though. So can I get a proper round of beers in chat for that gifted sub? And I will be back in, like, a minute. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much, Vin, once again, for gifting that sub. You type in the word beer, or if you're subscribed to the channel, you can use the emote, which is crypt beer. It's literally as easy as typing in the word beer. Hey, Slycon, how you doing? Did you accidentally unfollow me, by the way? Because I saw you refollow the other day when I was offline. I was like, what the fuck? Always weird when that happens. But it's good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. But yes, I return. Back from the realm of toilette. Yeah, it's neat that the Dwarf Fortress directory is now just called Dwarf Fortress. It's significantly easier to find. Significantly easier to find. Yeah, it's interesting that like you mentioned that, because I've heard reports of that happening recently on Twitch. People mysteriously getting unfollowed for that didn't intend to unfollow. So I'll just say this, chat. Like, if there's a streamer that you like that hasn't been live in a while and you're wondering where the heck they are, go check their channel. Maybe they have been and you just unfollowed mysteriously. It's conspiracy, I'm telling you. Oh no, the Dwarven Child Eternal is fighting. Well, shoutouts to the Dwarven Child Eternal, because the Dwarven Child Eternal is playing make-believe in their bedroom on the corpse of a dead buzzard mangled skeleton. So, you know what? Frankly, blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace and didn't feel anything when seeing a buzzard die, and all he has to say is, I've been well, for a fucking 4-year-old, clap. Good on you. The B needs to be capitalized for that to work. Are you new to the world of Twitch subscription and emotes? If you type in the colon in chat, and then just start typing in the word crypt, you'll see all the emotes. And it'll auto-complete them for you. It's quite helpful. Or you can click on the little smiley in the chat window, and it'll give you the list of ones that you have available. You know what? Shoutouts to that child. That child's a beast. Also called an adult to, you know, remove the corpse, which is also good. Oh, that's clay crafts. And I could do that, but... rock crafts. That'll get us through the last of the nice. On the creepy bird button? What creepy bird button? And was like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, that sucks, man. I'm glad that you were able to, like, spot the problem. That sucks. It's weird, because, like, a lot of people who normally tune into the stream all the time haven't been tuning in, and I've been kind of going, Peach, what did you do? Please fix your shit. Sincerely, streamer. Like, as in you watched Critical Role on Twitch for a year? I'm way behind, and this becomes a topic. I've never watched a single second of Critical Role, so if there was spoilers, it would be completely and totally, utterly accidental. So, don't worry, your spoilers are safe with me. For some reason, I thought I gave you that. I don't know why that is, but you know what? I don't care. Coldfire. Yeah, I used to listen to a D&D podcast, but I tried to get into Critical Role. Never really understood the appeal, to be honest. Podcast I used to listen to wasn't technically a D&D podcast, though. It was more of a role-play podcast. It was called Friends at the Table, which was very good for a very long time. But then they did this thing where they put out... It was part of their Patreon launch where they put out an episode a day for, it was like 3 weeks or something. And I got so far behind, I just kind of looked at it and was like, fuck it, I give up. And I never really went back. Which makes comparisons unfair. If that's what you're looking for, I guess. That's the exact reason I was never able to get into it when I tried. Is it was too professional. It didn't feel like D&D. You know, like, who wants to watch professional entertainers play video games? I mean, or board games or anything. I mean, really. Come on. I want to watch a scrappy nerd play stuff. You know? Scrappy game for nerds. Let's watch scrappy nerds play scrappy games for nerds. That's what I find entertaining. For me, it's more important that the people have entertaining chemistry than them being good at their jobs. But like I said, I was never able to get into Critical Role, so. It's a very, very, very good ad for Wizards of the Coast. Got a work call? God damn it, that's horrible. How dare they call you? Just like pornography. But yes. Ridiculously unachievable expectations. Bow, 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 bow. All right, let's do this. And we'll start building the very steep ramp that I'm going to build. But yeah, no, it's not that they're not cool people. It's just that's not what I go to podcasts for. That's not what I go to live entertainment for. I mean, duh. I don't know. I'm not sure what your point is, Focal Fury. To me, it reads as stating the obvious, you know? It's like... Of course they're good. They wouldn't be as popular if they weren't good. Oh, fair enough. Dog's going ballistic outside. Fuck. Maybe saw a local kitty. Speaking of kitties, I wonder if I actually do have a cat murderer in my building. We know that we have a cat napper in my building, but... Tier 500 yet? How about you give me a realistic number? We're almost at year 50. This fort's really going to become the are we there yet fort, aren't we? Isn't it? Streamer, are we there yet? No. 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 And in like a year, I'm going to have a Are We There Yet emote. Fort age, never going to happen. Right there. It says 48. Just be more observant. I ain't updating a command every year. You script it, Wave, and then I'll think about it. Or I could just, you know, not. Okay, here's the thing, right? Here's my problems with commands. I like chat interaction. I like talking with my chat. I really, really, really hate how automated a lot of chats are. Like, I don't have a billion people watching me every day. We don't need a command for every little fucking thing in existence. You know? We really don't. We never have. We never will. There are certain things that it's useful to have commands for, but, like, frankly, we don't need it. We never have. You know, maybe if there was, like, 500 fucking people talking every single goddamn day at one time, yeah, then it would be nice, because then basic questions that get asked constantly would just get answered automatically because someone could just spam the command for it. But, like, I have, what? How many people are watching? 90 people watching right now. There's maybe 10 people talking. 15 at most. So it's like, if somebody has a question like, what year is it? I can tell you that very easily. Like, especially in a world where people will ask the fucking question anyway, even if I go through the work of making it. Because, like, I could just be like, people will ask me, what fort is this? All the time. So if you guys can't even keep track of the fort, which is in the fucking title, how the heck are you guys going to remember a command? And then people will just type in the command wrong. And I'm only telling you the command anyway. At what point, I might as well just press Z. Year 48, early summer. We're starting year 5. 43 years. Anyway. Give that. All the ones with lyrics have spoilers. Sorry about the rant. I don't know. Reminds you of Powerwolf for any second. Why is that? Can't say I've heard that particular Powerwolf. I do enjoy some Powerwolf, though. I don't know. One of the strengths of my stream is the amount of chat activity that we have, right? Good rant as fuck. As we talked about once before, Greg Rants brought to you by Greg Rants, featuring Greg Rants on Greg Rants. Tune in next time for more Greg Rants on Greg Rants. Oh, the song? I can't think about Powerwolf now without thinking of their most recent beautiful work of art, a resurrection by erection. Hold your phallus to the sky and you're never gonna die. Powerwolf is so dumb. So fucking stupid. Never heard that one? It's one of the, like, I think the newest track they put out. Resurrection by erection. Hold your penis in the sky and you cannot fucking die. It's just like 3 minutes of dick jokes. It's literally that song. I'm just so fucking happy that Napalm Records exists. Like, song about a boner werewolf? Yeah, let's go. Everything on that label is just fucking stupid. And I'm so happy that it exists. An army of undead unicorns. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I hurt my knee at a Nailstorm concert. True story. Boom, boom, boom. Like, actually, like, I think I might need surgery on my knee because of a Nailstorm concert. Like, I'm considering buying a cane. That's how bad I got hurt at Hailstorm. Concerts and surgery, the true enemy of my knees. Yeah, it's been fun. I feel old because of my knees. So that's gonna be the ramp that they get to roll down. I'm sure that'll be totally safe, right? It's like the most precarious thing that we're gonna make any caravan do ever. They're gonna go along here, down this, 2 levels, along here, around there, all the way up here to up here, and then down a little further out, and then down that ramp, and then they'll trade with us here. Yeah, I'm familiar. Coldfire. But recently, I've been listening to a lot of stoner metal. That's the stuff I've been way into. That and, like, psychedelic rock. A lot of that sort of stuff. Weedpecker, one of my favorites right now. Weedpecker, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Bong Ripper, Sergeant Thunderhoof, a little bit of Sludge, Dope Throne, Buddha Volcano. What other bands have I been listening to? All Them Witches. Little different, but the transatlantic the Transatlantic Peanut Butter Company. Hum. A lot of shoegaze, Japanese Breakfast, Kailessa, Strawberry Girls, Covet, Electric Octopus, Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, Dark Tranquility, because they put out a new album, or a new EP, rather. A lot of shoegaze. That's what I've been listening to. Ba-dum, bum, bum, dum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. We're just waiting for the dwarves to show up. Where are they at? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum-dum. This is going to become a convoluted mess of walkways and rooms and buildings and constructions and stuff before long. It's like kind of Dr. Seussy already. How strange it looks. It's almost non-Euclidean. Almost. It's like an MC Escher painting, kind of. Which means I can get rid of that. This is much better than that trading depot kind of suspended in the middle of nowhere. Significantly safer, you know? Goes all the way over there and down that little ramp. And it's almost trade depot accessible. We'll be trading with the dwarves this year at the new one. One more block you guys got to build. Come on. There it goes. Perfect. Now this area is wagon accessible. Now we get to build a little construction around this thing. So that the damn turkey vultures don't, you know, get in the goddamn way. Soon the ramps will block the sun. I didn't even think about that. More importantly, they'll block the rain. And the snow. Oh, hey. Where the hell did you come from? It's a goblin crossbowman. Ken Sebsoshigim. Have you visited before? I don't believe I've seen you. You're a traveler. Carrying a copper crossbow and a mudstone lular, which is an instrument that's often used in Arg songs. Welcome, goblin, to our humble home. Make yourself at home in our tavern, which is unfortunately empty often, but maybe one day it'll be more popular and we'll have more visitors. Make my spearmasters active again to remove them buzzards. Gotta love the fact that my dwarves are discussing reproductive behavior. Gotta love chronic neuropathy. Ow. It's gotten better, but some days, man. Okay, who's vomiting everywhere? It's probably you, right? Could be watching a demonstration. I don't think scholars can watch demonstrations of things that they are pondering. Although he's anxious after discussing reproductive behavior and says, "Isn't it great after to be surrounded by family?" I wonder. Actually, Great Padinsky. If you feel great being surrounded by family and you're anxious because you're surrounded by family and discussing reproductive behavior, you know, like, have you ever talked about, like, reproductive behavior around family and then you're like, God, this is awkward? Because he does not like discussing that. Or maybe it's because he was sleeping with Axon, who was a married dwarf. I had children with Axon, who wasn't married to him. Hot cup of tea is a little stressed, but doing better. It's dwarf for tired. Well, you want to know something interesting? Stone, check this out. The dark dwarven pits of Sedushok was captured by my faction roughly 30 years ago. Which means it's perfectly plausible that that is a dwarfified goblin Perfectly plausible. All right, that's the end of that soundtrack. So it's a perfectly plausible possibility. That is just a very dwarfy goblin. We're vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Well, why is that? I'm really curious about how old this human's gonna live. 72 years old. You're an old human. I'm gonna die of old age one of these days. Slaughter all those buzzards as soon as they become old enough. Slaughter all them piggies. A spy who doesn't know the local customs, eh? Well, let's open up a cold case, shall we? Vandalism case! We shall interrogate that guy, if I can find him. I like that you have the option to... Well, no, not convict. Interrogate. Would be funny... I mean, I guess I could, in theory, convict somebody who I know didn't commit the crime. But, Can. Goblin, crossbowman. I thought he was a gremlin initially. Here goes the interrogation. Let's see how it goes. No information was revealed. Unfortunate. Let's interrogate him again. We have plenty of cold cases. Maybe now is an opportunity to interrogate him a couple of times. Interrogate him for this one. This goblin is going to be very, very, very frustrated very, very quickly, I think. It's what you call social bias, you know? Goblin shows up with a weird name and immediately we go and start interrogating him. So to be clear, we're interrogating this goblin because this goblin has a name that is a dwarven word, but not a dwarven name. So maybe my assumption would be came from a dwarven civilization, but Stone and Chat's assumption is that this goblin is a spy. That's a few different interrogation sessions. So let's see what happens. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I forgot to take my insulin out of the fridge. 'tis now out of the fridge. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject was too afraid to not comply. So he's complying, but no information was gained. I mean, I do know that my faction... What the fuck is that? Pig. I do know that my faction took over a dwarf, a goblin civ. Okay? Here's what we know. We know that our faction took over a goblin civ. And we know that this goblin has a dwarven name. Those are the two things that we know. I'm still going to watch this goblin move around, though. Oh, hey. The human bowman is back, who's a kindred spirit with our human. They must have grown up together or something. Also, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on this, but instead of my next Today in Dwarf Fortress video being or my next Today in video being a Dwarf Fortress related video, I'm going to do one on Caves of Cud. Because I had that character where I read a book for literally 3 hours, real time. So I kind of want to make a Today in Cud about that. We're going to do that. Wonder what you're singing. Something that's also kind of interesting is oh, you're telling a story. Is my dwarves have been chanting recently, and they've been doing goblin chants, which I think is interesting. Especially because initially I didn't see them doing the goblin chants, but ever since our human arrived, they've been doing goblin chants. So I have a feeling that our human knows some goblin language or goblin chants and has been teaching the dwarves goblin customs. I think it's kind of interesting. I need a bigger seed stockpile. I know that. If the dwarves have a few seconds, I'm going to start hauling a lot of seeds. The reason I say that we need more seeds is because I'm seeing seeds popping up in places. They're those little speckles. Nope. All of the dwarves are named. Vocal cry. This fort, you really need to be on the ball to get a dwarf named because of how old it is, right? And because the population is only 42. There is some space for new babies to be born, so that's a possibility, but it's... you really need to be on it. What I would do, Focal Cry, if you watch a lot of the YouTube VODs primarily, plop a request, do what Eric Shadowblade does and request a name, because then I'll kind of, I'm going to need to stop doing this eventually probably, but right now it's, if you leave a comment on a VOD, I will throw you in the next stream. Granted, you'll be about 2 or 3 VODs behind. Although right now I'm actually fully caught up, which is rare for me. Out of curiosity, do you just watch the DF VODs or do you watch other VODs I put up too? That's always a curious question for me. Let's just mash all this stuff. I don't know why I was reading your name as Cry, but yeah, you're right. Focal Fury. I'm good at reading. It's fun having blind spots in the middle of your vision. Smash. Masterwork has been lost. Yeah, it's fine. It's credit clothing. Probably a cage, too. So it's a good fit. Yeah, I actually asked his permission to use this tile set, although the version that I'm using is customized, so the walls are rather different. The walls are different. The dwarves are different. The floor tiles are different, so it is customized. But yes, it is his tiles, or it's based on his tiles. Actually, I reached out and was like, "Are you okay with me streaming with it?" Kind of your thing, but yeah, he's fine with it as long as the person in question customizes it. But the reason I use it is for that exact reason, right? Because a lot of people watch Krugs and then stumble about and go, okay, where can I find more DF? Although it's kind of funny because there's a lot of people who watch Krug Smash who are of the opinion that Dwarf Fortress is a terrible game for streaming. And I've encountered that opinion a couple times on his Discord, which I think is really funny. So I think it's a great game for streaming. But maybe I'm biased, I don't know. You're gonna start playing it soonish? Ah. When did you stumble on my stuff then? Well, actually, more accurately, when did you find Craig Smash's stuff then? And did you know about DF before that? Or was it just like you discovered Dwarf Fortress because of him? Because like I knew about DF for a very long time before I got heavily into it, like almost 10 years. Like I discovered the game back in like 2009, but didn't really get into it heavily until about 2018. Yeah, no, totally. I'm really curious to see what the Steam version does to people like Krug Smash, because I know Krug Smash says that he'll probably try the Steam tile set, but will probably go back to his own tile set. I'm kind of in two minds about that. Probably will use the Steam tile set for a while and then see if I can make this tile set or some variation on this tile set work with Steam. Because Steam's going to be graphical, right? Instead of ASCII based, but it's still going to be relatively ASCII tile based. So it's, I don't know, it's going to be a weird thing. Because I want to, I really want to go that route, but I like this tile set too much. And then started watching? Well, cheers. It's neat to know that you come from Reddit. Reddit's a weird thing. Like, I'm always in two minds about posting my stuff on Reddit because, like, the main reason I post my stuff on the subreddit is because Clinodev tells me to. Clinodev being one of the moderators over on the subreddit. But I'm very, very worried that people are spamming their streams too much on the subreddit. Like, I only post my stuff up there maybe once every 2 weeks, if that. but like Salford Sal and some other of the people that are a little bit newer to streaming, because I've been streaming for years, right? Post everything they do on there. And I'm very, very, very worried that they're going to need to clamp down on it soon. Like, I don't know. Because it's a great way for people to find new people creating stuff for the games, but like, I've been around for a while already. I don't really need the traffic, but the traffic is nice. It does bring some new people into the broadcasts, but I guess I'm just maybe a little bit too worried. Okay, I love this. Just posted on the subreddit an hour ago. This is bloody interesting. You went looking for various roguelikes on YouTube and you saw the VODs. I went, yeah, that was a fun game those years ago. But let's see what it looks like nowadays. What, for Dwarf Fortress? Actually, I've had a lot of good responses from people watching the little game I was playing yesterday, CCX. Lost Flame. That game's cool. The post that's really confusing me right now is Sal's post about finding a procedurally generated bridge. It's like, those are everywhere. How do you not find those? They're literally everywhere. They're in between all dwarven forts and underground too. You can find underground highways as well. I find those all the time. Cheers, Archie. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, I find those all the goddamn time. I know exactly where to find them. I guess maybe they're like weird if you don't know how to look for them, I guess. The thing that freaked me out that I saw on Reddit recently, relatively recently, was the person who found adamantine carvings in a re-embarked fortress that had previously dug too deep. And the adamantine carvings were next to the hole that had been sealed off where they dug too deep. Which is fucking cool. Like, dwarves that died carved in the adamantine next to where they dug too deep, which is so cool. Kind of spoilery, but so fucking cool. Yep, it's me. I post on the subreddit rather often. I also said rather often a lot recently. How deep is too deep? When you hit the bottom. As deep can be. So deep that you discover you're in another realm. And you're no longer in the place where you started. So deep that light gets a little strange. Things become a little dim. But that's a tale for another day, as a Dwarven Caravan has just arrived. About 350. Yeah, I agree. How's things? What's up, Morden? Listen to the other version of this soundtrack. I don't want the lyrical version. Let's see how this goes. Boom. Boom. Eating your own creation? Is it a cake? There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Metal bars. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your great craftsmanship. You've finalized the export agreement? Look. Look forward to our meeting next year, dwarves, but can you stop trading us all these goddamn crafts? Never. A little bit, yeah. Glad they don't gain momentum. I kind of love it, though. I kind of love it, though. Really? Wow. How is it, Gordon? And not from a mix, I assume? New York style cheesecake. I'll be honest, I have no idea how the fuck I would carb count something like that. I've had the itch to like make cookies, but like I don't know how the hell I would fucking carb count. I need to talk to my little sister about that stuff before she goes back to Quebec. Like, how the fuck do you carb count stuff that you've made? Ah! And how do I deal with cravings when I'm high? The answer is you don't. I don't know. It's, to me, Focal Fury, it's really cool that you watched all of those VODs because statistically, about 8% of the people who watch my VODs make it to the end. 8%-ish. And when you're talking about like 150 views per VOD, it's not a lot of people. So you're in like the 8% of the people who watch my YouTube. You hate Twitch VODs? Well, I mean, I do too, but some people like them. Focal Fury watched every single part of this fortress. God, that's a terrible smiley. Yeah. I can hear my insulin screaming at me to don't do it! Super zip. Yeah, I mean, that's what a few people have said, is that they just have it up on their monitor while at work. I had somebody tell me that they can watch YouTube at work, but not Twitch, so they watch the streams towards the end and always miss Dwarf Fortress. So if I stream two games, which I often do, they'll watch the second game when they get home from work, but watch Dwarf Fortress all day while at work. Kind of neat. Because I do stream other stuff, but it's just a lot of DF. Oh, specifically the VODs on the site? Yeah, no, the VODs on the site kind of suck. Which is why I'm really happy that Twitch is now showing the true VOD numbers instead of just the false VOD numbers. Because now it takes all of the live views from the day and puts it on the VOD. Which I know some people are kind of upset about, but I actually really like the feature. I think it's really nice. It shows kind of the true size of somebody's audience versus like, you know. You might check out Lost Flame later. I might chuck some more VODs of Lost Flame up just because people who watched it liked it. And it's not exactly hard for me to do that. I also got some Caves of Cud shit to throw up too. Also, can I just say that this is maybe one of my favorite clips ever? I didn't realize anybody clipped it, but it's a really good clip. Trader requested a depot. Where is Screw at? Oh, you were already there. I just misclicked. Do I really have, like, nothing else? I guess we're out of crafts. Well, I can sell you that dumb training axe that I don't need. Bring all those gems. Been making a lot of prepared meals. It's a fucking good clip, isn't it? It's so goddamn good. It's like, yay, great pistol, bang, dead. Just walks around a corner, insta-dead. That's why you check your corners, friends. I really need to update Living with Type 1. I got a few things I need to talk about, but I've been busy with other projects. Brrr, trade. All right, you. There we go. Give me all of those bars. All of them. Every single one. No fun before dinner? That's what she said. And meanwhile, Dwarf Fortress is like, here's fun, you're gonna like it! I will be honest, I'm pretty certain that you know more about Dwarven names than anybody else. Quite literally. Like, you have a better idea of how names in Dwarf Fortress work than literally anybody else who plays Dwarf Fortress. I'd be willing to bet money on that. I mean, it's interesting. Like, I'm reading it, and it's interesting. I don't think it's anywhere near as interesting to me as it is to you, but it is certainly interesting, that's for sure. All right, we'll trade all of that. And then all of that can be given to them as a gift. And they say, we shall see that our leader gets this offer. Well, I mean, most of it's just like bits and pieces of the wiki, right? But you're actually going through the effort to read it. Did you hear the one about the giant swan and the capuchin man? Giant swan and the monkey man. No, I didn't. But I'd love to hear that punchline. What a dwarf. Yeah, Aegis, you is still alive. Barely. Hanging in there, but still alive. How's King doing? Annoyed when caught in the rain. Fair enough. Cancel those. Cancel those. Cancel those. Cancel those. And cancel those. Let's give those dwarves a good old break. How are you doing, King? Well, I mean, you've got some broken fingers and toes. You've got a massive jagged scar on your neck. You never become angry. You almost never feel discouraged. You're often cheerful. You have a sense of duty, and you don't often experience strong cravings or urges. That's a lie. And he is troubled by this as he values such powerful forces in life. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to make small mess of his things and his own possessions. He doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't often feel lustful. That's also a lie. He is quite ambitious and doesn't seek out excitement. That's also a lie. Probably? I don't know. I think you seek out excitement. Except his excitement is like playing Harry Potter roleplay in Gmod. He is not inherently proud of his abilities and talents and accomplishments, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to act with little determination and confidence, and he always points at others when greeting them. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's adorable. Sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard. You're like you do a cat bap. You're looking at symbolic stuff. You know that the elves use nature. Yeah. Also, how did you break your fingers? Good question. I don't know. Probably fighting with a buzzard, the way everybody else gets weird injuries in this fort. You stick out your tongue when you're thinking hard? Really? Meanwhile, Rhinestone is still pondering the pulley and desperately wants to practice some martial art. I've been mulling over the pulley. I am so content about it. So funny. I am pondering over the pulley. And it looks like, yeah, the merchants have embarked on their journey. I want to watch them walk back up that cliff. Here they go. This seems perfectly safe. Completely safe. You do the blep? Yep. Yep, you do the blep. Word evil is in evil. Also, fact the word evil is in evil? What do you mean the word evil is in evil? Thanks, Darren. Cheers. And thanks for the lurks, as always. Let's do, individual combat drill. Are you guys still training? Apparently they are. Let's get everybody training. It's most of my fort. Training. Be a few more days before you can do it again. I think I'm going to wait a little bit before starting another one. Are those? Wait a little bit. Because this one is back to back with the other one. I know a couple of people have started mentioning that they're running out of channel points. So I think it's having the intended effect, frankly. Thanks, Aegis. All right, chat. It's 1:30. I'm a little late on lunch, and my insulin's probably not ice cold anymore because giving yourself an injection with something that's cold is very unpleasant and extremely painful. So I'm gonna shut my camera off, go do my injections, and poke my fingers with things. I will see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes, and I will return with sandwich, maybe a pear or something. I don't know, whatever I eat for lunch. Definitely sandwich. Although it'll be a boring ass sandwich. It's got tomato and avocado and butter on it because I'm out of cheese and meat. Yeah, you can't fast forward the breaks here. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple. Yeah, is it weird hearing me speak at normal speed? I've been wondering that. Anyway, can I get a round of beers and chat? I'll be back in a minute. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to entertain and chat with them. I will BRB.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Masterwork has been lost. What was that? Just gotta punch some things in on my phone. I need to do the whole go to the pharmacy and get more insulin thing soon. And I need to do that tonight. Also go grocery shopping, because as I mentioned earlier, I'm out of food! So all tips from today are going towards food. Maybe not all tips, but tips from the last 3 days are going towards food. I'm almost out of bread. I'm out of cheese. I'm out of sandwich meats. I'm out of avocado as of now. I'm out of tomato. It's the put my head up in the air and scream. Oh, okay. They murdered a bunch of buzzards. I need food. Still have apples left, though. Well, half of them are bruised because the fucking lady at the grocery store, like, chucked them into the bag. All right, who's having a panic attack? Harris. Oh, no. Ah, come on, you dumb dwarf. What do you want to eat? Wheat, flour, and do you prefer to consume banana beer? There's bananas in Dwarf Fortress? Hey, King, you have a sword. You should do something about the bodies bullying Chad again. I don't think the bot has a face, though. The bot is software, so. I love all the blood everywhere. From all of the fucking dead birds we're killing. I mean, you could write a book about Dwarf Fortress. You wouldn't be the first person to do it. Uh-oh. What are you wearing that's tattered? 2 mittens? I like how all of my soldiers, their kills are like buzzards, Kias. Like Hobo killed barons and 6 various animals. Although the Grey Langurs are actually thieves that try and steal my shit. You doing okay there, Quatch? He was angry after getting into an argument. I'm sure that you can hang in there, Quatch. I don't need you going insane and dying again. Once is enough. All right, I am now fooded up, which is good because I really needed that pear and sandwich because my blood sugar was getting a little bit low. I mean, your odds so far are pretty bad, Quatch. Like, let's be honest. But shouldn't you say, never tell me the odds or something like that? That's what I would say, is never tell me the odds. Trying to think what we can do with this open space down here. Gotta be something. The problem that I'm running into right now is I only have so many dwarves. And I don't really want them all to be super spread out all the time. Because if they're incredibly spread out all the time, they won't socialize and they won't make friends. And it'll be just like real life. And they'll all, like, become socially isolated loners and never meet anybody, and they'll cease to be a species. Just like real life. And I don't need that to happen. So... is in the mystery symbolism list. That's a very Tarn Adams-y design choice. I will say, I do love the Dwarf Fortress's community's obsession with scamps. I think that's maybe one of my favorite things about the Dwarf Fortress community. Looks like the dwarves are being pretty efficient about their jobs. God, I must have, like, a lot of plant cloth. Well, that answers that question. Yeah, so I started planting rope reeds above ground and also pigtail cloth. I think I can start brewing pigtail again. What do you guys think? And also, I think can suspend both those jobs. That's enough. That's enough pigtail, guys. What do you mean biomes got the last bit of their name? Man, this goblin civ is spreading quick. I'm still just waiting for the day that a necromancer tower pops up. That's honestly the biggest query I have about the world here so far is when is the day that a necromancer tower is going to pop up? Where is it going to pop up? We have some more books, 242 to be exact. If there's any I don't recognize. Record of animal diets, classic interviews. Your Day with the Mountain Homes, Guild of Vines, After the End, Further Musings, Is It the Dwarves? No, a lot of them are just copies, must be. Oh, you're actually looking at the DF files, gotcha. Because they're invincible. Well, not because they're invincible, but because they're immortal. They don't need to eat. They don't need to drink. So they fuck like bunny rabbits. They multiply quickly. They have an overpowered demon in charge of them. They use metal. So if it's like goblins versus elves, goblins will win because goblins have better weapons. If it's goblins versus humans, goblins will win eventually because they don't have to eat and they don't have to sleep. Although I think they do sleep. But they don't have to eat and they don't have to drink. So they will eventually win. Misses the militia commander and then he says he calmed down. I think I may have a crime. Yep. 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Quatch. Let's see how Quatch likes a new prison, shall we? Assuming actually gets prison sentence. Oh, he's getting a beating. Hang in there, Quatch. So even against dwarves, like, goblins are just kind of OP. But yeah, that's why they more or less of the time become the dominant civ. Also because they generally are on the same side with villains, and villains have undead, usually. So they just have the least issues and the most buffs at their disposal. Ooh! Ooh. And Quatch is dead. Sorry, Quatch. I would have just sent you to prison if I could, but you didn't commit enough of a crime to get a prison sentence. Instead, you just got a beating, and, well, Astro is very good at his job. Feels pleasure near a wonderful table, pleasure near his own wonderful table, and a pleasure near her own fine statue, and admiration near her own completely sublime seat, and was satisfied at work, exhilarated after punishing somebody. Dwarf is fucked up, man. Has now killed Questigal and Quatch, 2 dwarves. 35 other kills! Killed chinchillas, kangaroos. I think this dwarf hunts. In the cave? Reminded you of a certain place? What, Duber? Duber was a market. In Dung's depths, the naughty hole. When's Cupo coming back? I miss his streams. I need somebody to host frequently who streams Dwarf Fortress in the evenings. Remember, chat, Duber was a market in a place known as Dung's Depths, the naughty hole. Because kobolds are hilarious. That is why. Kobolds are hilarious. All right. Well, that's all of the spikes that we have right now. So pull in case. No. Pull to stabby dead. There we go. Pull to stabby dead. That's going to be what that lever's called. It should be pretty self-explanatory, right? We pull the lever, and it makes all the spikes go down. You pull it again, and they come back up. And hopefully we, you know, stabby everything enough that they become stabby dead. Well, that's the first death today, I think. Unless I missed something. Kind of tempted to just remove all those for a little bit. Can make 30 of everything. Problem is, at some point, I'm going to need to vent everything. Oh, I'd put invest twice. Cloak was the last one. Trousers. Gloves. Mittens are next. Right, I just did a bunch of mittens, so we'll do caps. Hoods. Socks, we'll do 40. So I've got 900. I've got 900 cloth. I realize I'm making 2 of those. Let's do 30 cloth amulets, and we'll sell those, I guess. Bracelets, 50. Cloth earring, 60. Cloth amulet, 60. I'm doing a bunch of those. Well, that should hopefully clear down my cloth stock a little bit. And let a bunch of the dwarves acquire new clothing. And it'll keep my clothes makers busy for a bit. Which are fortunately very fucking happy dwarves. Because they've got the most work to do. But yeah, no, today's been good streams so far. Something I'm very much looking forward to doing with this fortress is once it's done, and something else I think I might start doing after a bit is making a clone of the world, and then running around as an adventurer a little bit, and just kind of poking shit and seeing if we can find anything, but then coming back as and like rewinding time basically and not actually letting that adventurer exist in this dimension. Just because I can't. Not a fan of re-embarking in the same spot. It's just reclaiming forts. It's so much mess. So much mess, and I lose so much control. It's fine, like, if you're doing it with a full-size fort, because then all the new migrants just kind of fit in, but otherwise it's just kind of a mess. Also, I'm tired of that hole. It lets birds steal my food. We're on your computer the entire time. It's almost like looking at the raws help you understand a lot about DF. Man, you know what I'm the most excited about with the news of Microsoft buying Bethesda? I'm very, very, very excited to read all the articles and opinion pieces and listen to all the podcasts that I enjoy listening to and sites that I like reading with their takes on this. As this is like, that's just one of the biggest purchases maybe ever. Like, of all of the studios that have been bought over the years by all of the different people, I never fucking thought I would see somebody buy ZeniMax. That is fucking wild. Just absolutely fucking wild. I guess it's only like now sinking in, really. Wondering if I should... Yeah, I don't think I will. Trying to decide whether or not I should paint this area. Big gaming company monopoly? I thought Activision was trying to do that. Actually, I guess Activision kind of buying Blizzard was one of the bigger ones. Or the Rockstar purchase. I don't know. I feel like we're still a ways off of that. Like, if Microsoft turns around tomorrow and buys Activision, then I'd start to believe you on that one. But I think this dwarf needs another cabinet to keep all their shit. I mean, look at this. Got iron pick, copper pick, steel pick, bronze pick, bronze pick. Like, this dwarf is hoarding all of my picks. Who are you? And why are you hoarding so many picks? Oh, it's Euthris. He owns 200 objects. Oh my. He's killed Danuge, IR Stupid, and Sal. Huh. Bracelet, ring, bracelet, bracelet. Earring, ring, bracelet. Amulet, ring, amulet, ring. Amulet, amulet, amulet. Amulet, amulet, ring, ring. Earring, amulet, bracelet, bracelet, bracelet. Amulet, amulet, ring, ring. Amulet, ring. Ring, earring, amulet, earring, ring, bracelet, earring. I think he's got blood on his picks, actually. He keeps hiding murder weapons in his bedroom. I'm sure they were just happy accident murders, like all murders. That's your love? Yes, that is true. Euthris is your love. Euthris is also a fantastic YouTuber who streams Dwarf Fortress over on the YouTubes and confuses his YouTube audience greatly. I feel like I have, but not in a while. Also gonna do some mining down here. This looks ugly as hell, but I'll make it look better. Although maybe a Riptorus, perhaps it's you stealing some of those. Or not stealing, but using some of those picks. Although you don't even have the mining skill, so that wouldn't make any sense, whereas your husband is a miner. Let's try and find some more Galena ore. They're all discussing etymology. Now they're all going to bed. Well, there goes Euthyrus to dig. I wonder what his pick of choice for today is. A steel pick. It is decorated with durian bone and is circled with bands of pecan wood and point-cut tanzanites. It's a fancy pick. God damn. Hey, caveman crafting. How's things? Good choice of emote to unlock Taco Nuva. It is fancy, yeah. Good to hear, caveman. Minecraft mod? What you modding into Minecraft? Where are we digging out now? We're digging out underneath where all the coffins are, Focal, to try and find more silver ore. Galena. But I'm being very careful to not accidentally dig into caverns. That would be catastrophic. Cavern-strophic. What year are we in? Year 48, late winter. Almost year 49. Oh, really? Interesting. Sounds complex, actually. Gotta find some people to stream it so that you can, what's the word I'm looking for here? Get some traffic to it and get some feedback. But yeah, no, we're mining down here. Also, silver coin. I don't think I've done silver coins this year. Oh, I believe that. Question is, are they going to steal your shit? And have you added Kias yet? If they are hungry and have no food, that's kind of awesome. I'm also mad that that's not just in Minecraft. I always wish that Minecraft was a much better game than it actually is. But it's just not. It's the unfortunate thing. And Jack Nick III has grown to become a peasant. Jack Nick III. Are you insane yet? Most of the kids go insane here. He owns fine quarters, 1 chest, 42 items. Child of Axon and Lump. R.I.P. Axon. Round of beers indeed for the young dwarf that grew up. What do you like? You like Langanite, Gold, Moss Opal, and Black Bear Bone. Quivers in floodgates and large gems and the sound of the satin of rhyming. Meager creativity, the ability to focus. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. After his clothes rotted off his body. Yeah, that's fair. He's extremely confident in himself. Or sounds like a military dwarf. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Has a sense of duty. Calm demeanor. Likes a little excitement. Can you handle stress? He's not scared. Bites his nails when he's nervous. Yeah. You, dwarf, can join the Eternal Guard. Let's get the Eternal Guard training again. I guess, like, whenever I hear about stuff like that, oh, hey, Aegis, you're no longer depressed. I don't know what made you come to, but now you're just crawling around with no ability to stand, as you have been for years, but no longer depressed. How's the Flaming Bench doing? Oh, you know, they trained up a couple recruits into wrestlers. That's about it. I don't let them train for very long, so it's more just an activity for them to do for a bit, and then I give them a new job, right? It's not really a thing that I make them do for long periods of time. All right. Now it's just kind of a matter of figuring out what to do now. Because I kind of did the thing that I really wanted to get done today, which was build that ramp. Which I now have. So it's kind of a matter of what do next. I'm open to ideas too. Just kind of digging out underground. Got to put a roof on this thing, which I'll do. Actually, we could do it this way. The Flaming Bench, that name is growing on me more and more and more. Although I still kind of half tempted to change it to the Iron Bench, but just because the word iron is fun. It's fun to roll R's and say iron. Someone is smarter than you and had the same fascination as you and made it public? Oh, did you find, like... here is how names and stuff works in Dwarf Fortress. Fuck, has it been 3 months already? God damn.
80 up horns, crip hog 80 up horns.
Dude, I'm fucking old. Extra point, thank you very much for the 3rd month. It's good to have you back. What's up, motherfucker? How's things? Guys, you should watch Picture Point. He streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes and shit. Can I get a round of beers and whatnot in chat so that Picture Point can feel like he's one of us and feel welcomed and be an awesome person? Cheers, dude. Thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for a 3rd month. I mean, I'm 26, and I'll be 26 until June. So I got a good amount of time to be 26 before I have to worry about being 27. But. It's just like when my little sister was complaining about being 23. I'm like, you're only 23! Be happy about that. My older sister's like 30 now. I'm like, fuck! The elves have arrived and now get to walk down the precarious staircase. Yeah, we are basically the same age. I don't know. People often think I'm older, and I don't generally know how to feel about that. I want to make that a raised bridge over top of that creek, but I don't know. Wait, where are they going? Oh, they don't need to take the ramp. They can just take the stairs. Right, yeah, because they don't have to take the long way. They can take the short way. Cool. You can't believe you're the older one? I don't know, man. That's all I can say to that is I don't know. Someone's managed to create a list of them? Oh god. Hey, Barons. When did I start streaming? When was my first stream ever, or when did I start streaming actively? My first stream ever was in 2012. Tried to start streaming actively in 2013, then became homeless for a few months. Restarted again in towards the end of 2014, and I haven't stopped. Like, the longest period of time I took off was 10 days. And that was because I went on vacation. Like, wasn't in the house. Outside of that, the longest period of time I took off was 9 days, and that was this year because I was in the hospital for 9 days. Well, I was in the hospital for 5 days, and then I stayed with my parents for 4. And Slipple, the Stonecrafter, withdraws from society. And has claimed a craft dwarf shop. Grabs a boulder. And has begun a mysterious construction. Magical. Well, I mean, you know, there's simple artifacts, and then there's just granite. Please make, like, a large granite ball or something. That's the shortest one of those I've had in a while. Blazing cloth strings. Ruby pedestal. Ooh. What are they doing with ruby pedestals? Clear tourmaline pedestals. Take that. I must be buying it from the other dwarves. Right. I will gladly purchase a ruby pedestal from you. Yeah, clear tourmaline and a ruby pedestal. Beautiful. People say that elves aren't worth trading with. Artifact block? What's artifact block? Oh, I thought you meant like artifact block, like artist's block. Like, oh, the dwarf's got artifact blocked, so he's gonna sit there forever. I'm like, is that a thing? And then I realized that you were talking about like a literal block. What's up, Marco Polo? Yeah, that's funny. I don't know. I don't think I've ever... Is that even possible? Nope. But he does really want to drink. Slipple. The stonecrafters created Nazushasat Lenod Lokan, a granite mug, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 24,000. So I was thinking, like, I don't think that's possible. So hey, Cameron. This is a granite mug. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round granite cabochons. I mean, it's called Blood Breach, the Seed of Rising. That is the most epic name I've ever seen for a mug. Blood Breach, the Seed of Rising. A granite mug. And you know what? It's a... You know what? For all of my artifacts are stored on pedestals in the basement next to our guard wolf. This one? Nah, man. That one's just going to get put in the tavern and used for booze. Because you know what? That's what it's for. Okay? That or, you know what? Iron pedestal. One. I'm going to put an iron pedestal in the tavern. We're going to put it on the iron pedestal in the tavern. The dwarf with the midlife crisis? Why do you say that? Panta. Why do you say that? Overcompensation. I mean... How old is Slipple? 92 years old. Yeah, it's a midnight crisis. It's a midlife crisis. Has no friends. Oh. Just buy a motorcycle. My little sister was talking about buying a motorcycle. Tricycles? Tricycles. Please, wagons and minecarts. Get on that wagon highway. Life is a wagon. I want to slay it. I always love that the wagon is listed as an animal, so it shows up in the dead units list. It's like, wagon. Missing. Where is it? Yeah, see? Apparently there are 3 missing wagons in this map somehow. Wagon, wagon, wagon. All missing. So, true story, G-Panta. I played cello for the first, like, for about 15 years of my life. And the last cello teacher I had, his name was Joel, rode a unicycle to work with a cello behind him. So he had a cello with wheels on the end of the case on a unicycle. Okay? And in the other hand, he'd have a briefcase. Now, What's even better about this is when it was raining, he'd have a problem because he has a briefcase in one hand and a cello in the other. So he had a umbrella hat. Okay? So he'd ride to work. Granted, he did live pretty close to work. It was like a kilometer or so. He'd ride this unicycle to work, dragging a cello with a briefcase with an umbrella hat on. It's a fucking hero. Absolute fucking hero. It's a wonderful human being. But the reason he did it was because he had MS. And riding the unicycle like forced him to overcompensate for the issues that he was starting to have with his MS. So he could essentially still like maintain functionality of his body longer than he would otherwise. Last time I spoke with him, he was barely able to play cello anymore. Did I live in an episode of Mr. Bean Show? No, I just had a really eccentric cello teacher. He's actually like kind of famous, but I'm not going to drop his last name. He's one of those people where he played he played in a quartet which won a bunch of awards. Specifically for entering competitions that they had no right entering. So like they would enter a like contemporary music competition or like a competition that's like designed for rock and roll artists, and then they'd play like modern rock and roll music, but like in a quartet, followed by like classical music. Yeah, he was a lot of fun. Always good people. No, he started riding the unicycle after he became my cello teacher. Like that was something that he picked up. Like, what's even better was he'd try and get all of his students to try riding it, and everybody would just fucking fall over. He'd make fun of us. He was a cool dude. One of the hardest things I ever did in my life was tell him that I didn't want to play cello anymore, or I didn't want to take lessons anymore specifically. This day is still one of the hardest things I ever did in my entire life. I made him pick up the motorcycle? Yes. I gave him multiple sclerosis. I gave him MS. Yes. Swear to God, if anybody breaks that lever, I will break their ankles. Let's see how they did in the Diggins undergrounds. A few gems. Nothing else, really. Well, we shall pump up the priority and keep digging. Yeah, no, he was a wonderful person. There are very few people that I look up to as much as him. Very few people. There was a point where I would have listed off a couple streamers that I looked up to close to as much as him, but nah. There's nobody I look up to as much as him. This year's proven that to me. I guess I'll just say this. Choose your fucking role models wisely. How long do you have to stare at this before you start to see things? It took me about 4 seconds for the game to turn on. Yeah. Then I see things. I mean, I'm legally blind, Buzzcat. If you aren't seeing things when you're looking at your screen, you might need to go see an eye doctor. Because that's concerning. If you can't see anything staring at this, like, that's worrisome. Or maybe your monitor's broken. Maybe make sure that it's plugged in. One of the funniest questions I ever got about this game was, how do you play this game? I was like, with a keyboard and mouse. Duh. Mostly keyboard, though. I was watching Verge Skeletor, Joel, a very large streamer who will occasionally stream Dwarf Fortress. And someone in his chat was just like, how do you see what's going on in this game? And his response was, with my eyeballs, you dum-dum. Auto-interpreting the ASCII? About 20 minutes. Not even. Like the very first time I ever played? A couple of minutes. To L. Or K, rather, not L. And, look around. Like, there's times when I get lost, but there's times when I get lost in every video game. I'm like, wait, where the fuck am I looking? But after a while, you get so good at it, you can differentiate from dwarfs and dwarfs. Although, what's hilarious about this, though, Buzzcat, is this isn't even ASCII. This is a graphical tile set. Like, you're literally looking at graphics. If you think this is ASCII, well, let me just hit this button, and then this button. That's ASCII. Which is almost identical, but... That's ASCII. Just, I can't read that sentence, Barons, with a straight face. But yeah, no, it's not hard at all to decipher what you're looking at. It's really not. And you get so good at it after a while that it doesn't matter what tile set anybody's using. It just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Like, I could watch anybody playing with any tile set, and it just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you can't tell that those are little walls and barrels and dwarves running around, I can't. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's clearly stockpiles and workshops and walls and flooring and dwarves. So. Let's see how that new child is doing. The recent edition. Goats the Third. Satisfied upon improving fighting. Excellent. What are you? Wait, are you already a... You're already a legendary spear dwarf. Holy shit, that was fast. Good God, man. I mean, I describe looking at Dwarf Fortress like this, and I described it like this literally yesterday, and I think also the day before, because I had similar questions. Looking at Dwarf Fortress is like looking at Civ. if you sit down at your computer for the first time, yeah, then it can be confusing. Or if you use the glorious tile set where every single tile is Nicolas Cage's face, that can also be kind of confusing. I describe it like this. If you're dropped into a game of Endgame Civ, like Civ 6, Endgame, and you've never played Civ 6 before, it just looks like a bunch of icons and tiles and nothing makes any sense. And you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. But if you start playing Civ, and you play turn by turn, and you slowly build up to that point, everything makes perfect sense. It's just like that with Dwarf Fortress. You just have to kind of start from the beginning and look at it. Or, alternatively, watch it for a little bit. And your brain will start to make sense of things pretty quickly. If you can read a book, you can play and watch Dwarf Fortress, no problem. The confusing part is when there's letters mixed in with the words. Like, if I look at a dwarf's brain and there's like a letter that, or like a period is swapped out with dust tiles or something, like, that part's hard, but. Yeah, that I understand, Mendelf. But here's the thing. That's on you, not me. So if you're watching the stream at 160p, I can't fucking help you, alright? Get better internet. And don't tell me that the game looks like shite. Fuck. I don't know where that accent came from, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, that's your fault, not mine. And also not... But then again, it's hard to tell what's going on in League of Legends if you're watching the stream at 160p. It's like, I think that's a Mordekaiser. I can see 6 pixels. In fact, I would say it's probably easier watching Dwarf Fortress at 160p than certain games. I can sort of read the text at 160p. What even does this look like? Hold on. I'm going to open my own stream up. I want to know what this looks like at 160p. Just because I'm curious. Okay, it's perfectly viewable at 360p. That's what it defaulted to. Now it loaded. I mean, that's watchable. Oh, no. Oh, no. What have I done? I've made a monster. I should probably get off of this screen pretty quickly, yeah? Because, well... Anyway, yeah, that's fine. I'm actually kind of impressed at how low the delay is. Only a couple seconds. Yeah, that's how you dig too deeply and too greedily. Yes, indeed. That's how that works. Kind of upset that I haven't found any more silver ore. Found that one big-ass vein, mined the whole thing out. Made a whole bunch of iron statue, or not iron, lead statues. And now we're on another one. Kind of going, well, where's the rest of it, guys? Come on, there's got to be more. That can't have been all of the silver on the map. That would be an unfortunate situation if that was the case. Instant clowns. And that's how the girl from The Ring comes out of your monitor. Just, oh, wait, is that The Grudge? I don't know. Yo, look at how red this pedestal is. Check that shit out. That's cool. All right, let's, Really? There's no way in hell I'm out of iron, is it? No? Okay, how come? Forge iron pedestal. The hell are you doing, man? Oh, right, King. You weren't a metal crafter. You're literally just a metalsmith. A weaponsmith. And Quatch got raffle stomped by our sheriff, so... Guess you get to learn how to do other stuff with metal. Just make sure no one's hoarding metals in the room. Fortunately, I don't think they can do that. Fortunately. Where are you going? Huh. Hey, Caldris. How's you do? How is you do? How'd you deal with the smoke? Thank God it's fucking cleared. Has anything chaotic happened in this fortress? A while ago, a wee problem happened. By wee problem, I mean, my... my sheriff arrested every single dwarf in my fortress. That was fun. Morden murdered a dwarf, then got his forehead caved in. Murdered my fucking baron, then got his forehead caved in. And then part of his arm landed on top of a wall and stayed there for 15 years, scarring all my dwarves every single time they walked past it. That was fun. And then eventually I figured out where that arm is, and now everybody's a lot happier. Oh, God. Good that it's cleared up. Glad it's cleared up over on the island, too. We had some rain, and it fixed it, but... Where the arm was, not a statue. I put a, This is a nice memorial to Morden. A nice memorial created by DeBerries. It reads, in memory of Morden, born in 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops, with a copper pick in the year 27, slayer of Tapioca Cobalt House. And Purple Target. Shit, how you been, man? I don't think I've spoke with you since MechCon. Been a while. How you doing, man? Good to hear. Good to see you're still around in the world of Twitch. It's good to see you're still doing things. What were you streaming today, man? Did tramp their discipline? For which dwarf? The dwarves that saw the thing? The arm? I'm not sure. The dwarf that did the murdering? Probably. The dwarf that got murdered? Probably dead. Battletech? Battletech or Rogue Tech? But, hopefully it went well. Cheers. But I have no idea. I didn't check, Cameron. So honestly, I do not know. Riptris is probably over the moon with all this work they're able to do. Slowest playthrough ever? You might be done by the time they put out a sequel. Vest, thanks for the 5th month. No kidding, dude. Had a
Flies too fast, crypt sip.
3-month resub from Picture Point recently, like 20, 30 minutes ago, and I swear to God, he like just subscribed yesterday. Like, God, it's been 3 months. Also, we've been in lockdown for 6 months. Isn't that fun? Hello, Bro Fisser. You don't know what the hell's going on in this game? I don't know what the hell's going on in my life most of the time, so that's, fair. It's dwarves running around, working on stuff. This game is a world simulation. You're looking at a map with dwarves running around on one layer of what is essentially Minecraft blocks. The starry stuff around the edges is undug out space. The turquoise stuff that you're seeing is open air, kind of like fog in let's say like Silent Hill. There's trees over there on the left. You can see the tops of my walls. The structure that it reaches out above my fortress, which is a little tower thing, which I have yet to do anything with. Kind of the contours of the map on the edges. It's pretty easy to decipher once you have a little bit of an idea of what the heck you're looking at. I have 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Yeah, right. I don't know if that helps at all, Brosifer, but every single one of these little dudes, this little X is my cursor, so I'm controlling that with the keyboard. Every single one of these little dudes, like this guy that we're following, are my little dwarves. Each of them have their own needs, likes, dislikes, history, families, friends, gods, strengths, looks, age, mental state, needs. Did I say needs? Clothing, items. Like this dwarf owns 36 items. Relationships. In this case, is married to Ham. How adorable. And their child is named Eternal. Their child has actually killed a buzzard. What a fucking badass. And is blissful, remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. And is currently playing with a mudstone toy axe. Over here in the corner. Define win. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox. It doesn't really have an end. I mean, I guess if everything in the world is dead, that's kind of a win. No, there's no credits for DF. If that's what you're asking. Winning in DF is everybody being in pieces on the floor, generally. That's why they say losing is fun, is because the only way you win is when everything finally collapses in on itself. Everybody panics and murders each other. Like, I won DF the other day when I turned on a burrow and it pissed somebody off who got punched. And then one of my strongest military dwarves literally just murdered everybody in the fucking fort. We went from 96 dwarves down to, like, 11 in a couple of minutes. Well, if you want to follow news and updates about the graphical version of DF on Steam, I've got a lot of videos on my YouTube channel about it. I also put out lore videos, and all of my YouTube or my Twitch VODs go up there as well. But it's, I've been called the unofficial spokesperson for DF by a few people, and I don't like that title, but it's there. Because I'm faster at getting news up about the game sometimes than the people that are publishing it, so... That means one of two things. It means either I put absolutely no effort into my videos or they're slow. You like the vids a ton, Omega Deku? I'm glad. Glad you're still getting something out of the stream, even if you can't be around as often, you know? Also, it's good to see you, Deku. How you been? I actually get like $50-ish a month in ad revenue off of YouTube now. Mostly because of the DF videos, but still. 1,000 views is like $1-ish. Canadian. So, like 60 cents US. I get like 1,000-ish views a day. On a good day, I'll get like 3 or 4. But... No, no babies today. Come on, dwarves. Get your act together. Come on. I'm very confused. No idea why that's not getting done. What else do I need to do? Smelt, lemonite, ore, 100. How much charcoal am I making? Need to make more charcoal, but do what we gotta do. Also, on the topic of YouTube, I had a YouTube hater for a minute there who went and disliked every single one of my videos that I'd uploaded in like the last month. Twice. But isn't a very dedicated hater because hasn't disliked any of them since, and it's been like 4 days. I found that very amusing. But yeah, Deku, I hope it got good crazy and not bad crazy. Yeah, I know, right? I lost all my free engagement activity. Makes me kind of sad. Clearly, I'm not famous enough to develop dedicated haters. I just have, like, rather indecisive haters. I really hope that I kind of love that all of the children are just, like, playing around the craft store. Now, man, I have very consistent haters that cause me mental depravity from time to time. Fortunately, they fuck off relatively frequently and don't come by for long periods of time. So, but when they do come by, I'd say, "Oh God, I have to lock my Discord because people are spamming pictures of dead people." It's fun. The internet's a nice place full of people that want to help you. Or watch you burn. That's good. Hobbies is a good thing to have. Don't know why I deleted those. Do. But yeah, no, I don't know. I kind of have to just take the people who hate my stream on the cheek and just realize that there's a lot of people out there that have that way worse than me. Not saying there aren't people out there who don't deserve it. There's certainly some people out there that shouldn't be on this platform, but getting harassed is never fun, regardless of whether or not you deserve it. Hey, Jack Nurk. I do not remember the 21st of September before you ask. Jack Nurk 3, I would like you to know that the third iteration of Jack Nurk has grown up. And you're going to go become a metal crafter. But you're already a legendary observer and a competent spear dwarf, I'll have you know. I guess you've had many years practicing observing as a child. So chat, how is everybody doing? Jack Nurk would like to know. bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, bum. Mm-mm. Mhm. Bum, bum, bum. New cut run here. Oh, did you die with the with the tattooed character? I'm telling you, man, it's because you put a tattoo of a cute cat girl on yourself. Like, that's just asking to die. And obviously, every single Knoll in existence is gonna be like, fuck that dude up because he's got a cat girl tattoo. I'm telling you, like, that's what cursed you. You would still be alive, in fact, if you didn't have the cat girl tattoo. Like, in a way, you could look at it as the cat girl is what broke the camel's back. Trying to sleep. Took me a long time to fall asleep last night. Now we just need to get a picture point stream of Caves of Cud. It's a thing that needs to happen. That game is strange, but wonderful. You have a named tattoo gun. God damn it. Where'd you get this named tattoo gun? Caves of Cud is another game that I guess over the long term I've spent more money on than most AAA, than the most expensive game I've ever bought, alongside of DF, just because of Patreon adds up over time. When you give a creator money on Patreon after buying a thing, it's like, well, that adds up. And you know what? It's completely fucking worth it. The other game that I'm quietly giving the creator money for is War Sim, which you should also check out and go buy because it's cheap as chips. Or maybe 2 bags of chips, I would say, if they're expensive bags of chips. War Sim. The Realm of Eslonia. You should go. You should play this thing. Really good. Also, if any of you bought Lost Flame, you still have to review it because that game doesn't have enough reviews yet to actually have a rating on Steam. So if you go buy that thing, just fucking review it. Please. Another ASCII game? There's too many of them, really. Oh, shit. That was the wrong type of blocks. Also, hey, Hops. How you doing, man? Do you keep finding them in the, I named it Fapius. I hate you. Like, that's wonderful, but I also hate you. That's so bad. I can't sleep. That sucks, animal. You have an idea why? It's like I haven't slept well, and the reason I haven't slept well recently is because of the fact that everything outside smelled like death and hellfire for a while. No, I can't. Well, it wouldn't matter. The reason I can't is because I was given a key by the developer, so my review won't count anyway. We'll see you later, Local Fury. Hopefully we see you in the streams again. And thanks again for that Prime subscription. You now have my permission to ad block everything on YouTube, even if you already do. You have my permission to now, because you've given me more money than ads ever would have. That being said, I wouldn't mind double dipping if you keep that block off. I had a run relatively recently where I found a bunch of dead worshippers of like those nude worshippers who just worship the ape gods, and they all had like great albino ape pelts on them. Each of those things are worth like 800 drams. And I picked up like 20 of them. Welcome back, Coldfire. Hope you traveled safely. Yep, just ran back and forth. Apostle has been possessed. Please be more interesting than that granite mug. Speaking of, Lost Flame is pretty damn good. It does a lot of things really well. And it's been in early access for a while, and the developer updates it like every other month. As far as I can tell, he only works on it on the weekends, too. For his dwarven coffee. I love it when, like, a child makes an artifact, and it's like, it's an artifact toy sword, and it's like one of them, or a toy boat, and it's like made with fucking adamantine and gems and all of the most valuable materials, and it's like, and then they just immediately claim it and start playing with it. Raw green glass, pigtail cloth, pecan wood logs, square blue jades, pigtail cloth, tapered baguette cut something, probably blue jades, and granite. All right, well, be more interesting than the last one, that's for sure. Yep, children can be taken by moods. I've never had a child have a fell mood, though. But if a child had a fell mood, that would be hilarious. Do I have any legendary children, actually? No, none of my kids are legendary right now. But yes, kids can be hit by all kinds of moods. So you can actually have, like, a legendary weaponsmith child before they're, like, 5 years old. It's kind of frustrating then, because you're like, damn it, I have to wait for 5 years before you can actually make me swords. Damn it. It's always kind of funny, though. Yeah, legendary child. A granite ring. Apostle, the stonecrafter has created Terrell Kigath, a granite ring, and claims it as a family heirloom. Worth 15,600. This is a granite ring. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval granite cabochons and square brilliant cut blue jades, and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of pecan wood. On the item is an image of Ism, Wild Cloister, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. On the item is an image of Esm, Wild Cloister, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. The Esm, Wild Cloisters is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Esm, Wild Cloisters to the position of king of the ignited creation in the mid-autumn of year 5. Interesting. So Esm, Wild Cloister is our king. Ooh. On the item is an image of a giant opossum in blue jade. On the item is an image of dwarves in green glass. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. Fell, not F-E-A-L, F-E-L-L. Also, it wouldn't be Masterwork Adamantine Door. It would be like a... So, there's several different kinds of moods, right? There's your standard Fey moods. There's possessions, which they don't get any skills from. Fey moods, they'll become a legendary. Then there's Stalking and Broods, which is a foul mood, which usually involves some sort of corpse or something. And then there's a fell mood, which they can only have happen if they are in the most foul of headspace. And they go in and they murder a dwarf or another living creature and make an artifact out of their corpse. So it would be like they would murder one of your dwarves and make a door out of it, or a chair, a table, or a crown. How goes the fort? Well, we just got a hell of a fucking ring. The Learning of Holds. Hell of a fucking ring. Also, looks like my wolf died. So, let's put a boar down here. Guard boar. And put an item on display here. There it goes. The granite mug. At least it's getting good use. Is there magic equipment in DF? Not yet. The magic update is the big update that we have all been waiting for, and will be waiting for a while, most likely. It was supposed to come after the update that we just got, actually, but, they're doing the Steam update first. So instead, we're getting the Steam update, and then after the Steam update, we're gonna get The Long Wait. Or we're gonna get Villains Part 2, which will be the second half of the update we just got in February, and then after that, The Long Break, and then Myths and Magic. There is Necromancy, and there's abilities that necromancers can give their special undead lieutenants. So, like, you can have dudes that can shoot, like, fireballs. You can have dudes that can, like, basically use telepathy. You can have dudes that can shoot ice spears at things, but, like, it's pretty limited. It does exist, though. And necromancy isn't really magic. It's necromancy. It's something different. It's rezzing the dead. Not particularly useful magic. I mean, one video about this fortress that you may want to watch is this one. Most recent Today in Dwarf Fortress. It's a tale of two kobolds and a tale of this fortress. But all of the VODs are up on YouTube. I need to take a toilet break, though. I've been streaming for, what, 6 hours? I've only taken 2 breaks, so I'm gonna go take a quick toilet break. I will be back in a moment. BRB. We're gonna get traders soon. Back in a sec.
Cheese for everyone!
Oh god, my music ended. I'm so sorry. All right. Favorite soundtrack from a TV/animated series? Seatbelts. See you later, Space Cowboy. Cowboy Bebop. Hopefully the game wasn't paused for too long. But then jams through? What do you mean by jams through, out of curiosity? I'll say this. Hey, Squawk. Doing what I do for a living is a lot of freedom. But it's also like a personal prison. Because like I literally can't take time off. I also love it too, Jack Norrick. It turned out well. That's an interesting network of walkways. Oh, Sports Scott, really. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. World is same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Leather and metal. Might just give them gifts. It's like, I don't want to like make it look like it's better than it actually is. There is a lot of benefits to having a traditional job. Trust me, what I do for a living is incredibly... Like, I'm very lucky to have the job that I have, but at the same time, it's not without its issues. Like, no job is perfect. Yeah, I'll just say that. You love the Samurai Champloo soundtrack? I like parts of the Samurai Champloo soundtrack. I like the intro to the first season, specifically. It's not even the security thing. It's exhausting. Coldfire. Like... I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like I'm complaining, because I'm not. I work 10 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. And my day off, I work about 8 hours. It's mentally taxing. It's physically taxing. I run a business. Even when I'm not working, I'm still working. I have to pay taxes every year. It's... A lot of stuff to do with your income is completely, totally, and utterly out of your control. And that can be very frustrating and confusing. Like, yes, there's a lot of freedom involved. But the thing that I always remind people is I made more money working full-time night shift at McDonald's. So, let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And as I said before, like as I've said many times, the only reason I'm able to afford to do this full time is because I don't drive. If I had a car, I wouldn't be able to afford the overhead. Or if my rent was like another $200 a month, I wouldn't be able to afford the overhead. At the start of the stream again with the red cover? In this one? Yeah, this is Journeys. I can give you a link. We're starting to try and build raised platforms. Let's see if you can build a big pit. I mean, it took me literally 10 years in game to clear most of these boulders, and I'm still not done. Maybe don't make one this big, but... Maybe don't make one this big, but big pits are fun. Kind of want to go all the way around the outside. I really appreciate good music. No problem. I mean, I will promote any artist that gives me records for, like, or gives me permission to play their records on stream. I've had a few record labels basically say that they're going to send me stuff, but then COVID happened. Maybe one day I'll just get free records. That would be cool. But I'll buy them. Yes, audio files is a real word. Yeah. Audio file. Definition. Audio file definition. A person who is especially interested in high fidelity sound reproduction. Yes, it's a real word. I mean, I have a tendency to attract audiophiles because of the intros of my streams. It's not the most popular part of my stream, but the most fun I have. Well, audiophile is a specific type of person who's interested in a specific type of sound reproduction. A magical sound environment that was created? I'd say it's magical. I mean, yes, Squig, when you reproduce sound. What if, Squig, what if I don't know. What if I made a Squiggasm? What if I did? Would you fight me? Not the piece I wanted. I wanted floors, but I hit R instead of F. Oh my god. I'm down to 1,000 drink. Brew drink from plant. 200. Brew drink from fruit. 200. Like, what would that look like? I'd have to, like, get a picture of you. I don't know how I'd do that. How many dwarves? 41. Had 42. Then one of them kind of went splat. Because he tantrumed and then Sheriff broke his head. Octosquawk. I don't know. I don't know what that would look like, to be honest. I would definitely not do that. No, I probably wouldn't. Actually, you know what it would probably look like? It would probably just be like a screenshot of your car. We called Squiggasm, and it would just be a picture of an MR2. But like squiggly, you know? $100 drink is good for a season? What, for 41 dwarves? Nah, you don't need 100 drink for a season. Closer to like maybe 60. Depends on how many of them actually drink that season. Dwarves don't eat or drink very often. It'd have like a shaking mim filter. Oh yeah, it would definitely be a GIF emote. It would be like, you know, like in anime when stuff goes like pink because they're like embarrassed. Well, it'd be like a car, but like shaking and with that pink kind of filter on it, like just violently vibrating. King's still forging menacing spikes. Very menacing. Doesn't feel anything after seeing it Buzzard's dead body. Oh, it totally needs the anime fast car lines. Well, maybe it could like shake and then go, you know, like shake and then zoom off out of the frame. I don't know if you could actually fit all of that into an emote, but man, that would be a funny emote. Speaking of Squug, how's your dwarf doing? As your dwarf was stupidly depressed for a really long time there and actually tantrumed for a while. There you are. I know you were very upset pondering reproductive behavior. You're actually singing right now. You feel fondness when talking with a friend, and you say, I talked with a friend. I am very fond. You had one child, Jack and Rick too. Oh no, who's dead? I'm so sorry. Or not Jack and Rick, Quatch too, who died. Oh, sorry. Maybe that's why you're happy. Good thing you weren't the sheriff anymore, otherwise you would have killed your own child. I just realized I haven't traded yet. Should probably do that. And Sparkly. It's going all right for me personally. Chat, how's it going? Sparkly would like to know. I wasn't really planning on just trading prepared food, but I kind of got distracted. That's a lot of black bronze. Gimme. That, or I'll be totally honest with you, Squug. The other thing that I would use would be like fishing for fishies, but like shaking. Like the robot from Fishing for Fishies. Because I don't know why. Like, I know that's like not your go-to avatar, but you used it for so long that I kind of just associate that avatar with you. More so than King Gizzard. Oh, that sucks. I hope it wasn't, hope it didn't cost you too much. Hope they get, ticketed for ramming you off the road. Money is not the issue. It's more just people breaking the immersion and the play experience that's the issue, yeah? God, these dwarves are so buff. Like, look at how fast this dwarf is moving. Look how fast Cilantro is moving. Carrying a boulder. It's like the same speed as he normally walks. These dwarves are ripped. Oh no. Buzzards are trying to start a war again. Well, at least they got it. It's dead now. All of those green things there are arrows that Or bolts, rather, that the dwarves shot at the buzzards. Oh, you thought that he actually got rammed? Yes, video games. Hope they're able to get out, because they've embarked on their journey, supposedly. Come on, dwarves. You know you can path out of there. There's 2 buzzards left. They're both pretty far away. Come on, dwarves. You know you can path out. The floor is smoothed. Why? There's no engravings on this floor. Until the big 5,000. Hot damn, dude. Buzzards are trying to start a war again. They're fucker. This is all just smooth, nice floor. Also, once again, this is a tile set. This isn't ASCII. ASCII would look like this. But you chose to watch Blind IRL. I'm sure that the master degree would have been in a much longer period of time. Fuck, I think they're stuck again. Although luckily... Let's deconstruct it. I hate how often I need to do that. Although, they didn't leave much. Actually, I don't think they left anything. Let's make it out of Electrum this time. Ugh. Wait, which game were you playing? Hops? Were you playing Lost Flame? Oh, well, if you did, leave a review. If you want to be extra cool, leave a review and say that I sent you. Hey, Paul, how you doing? I'm glad you're enjoying it, Hops. That's one of those games that I kind of really like, that I don't think is getting anywhere near enough attention. There's a lot of games like that, you know? Games that deserve a lot more attention, but don't get any of it. That's a game where the creator's kind of putting quite a bit of love into it, but you know. You can't keep half of them busy. Just make sure they all have jobs and make sure there's enough workshops. I think a problem that a lot of people have is they don't have enough workshops for their dwarves. But here's the thing. It's good that your dwarves take breaks. They need to take breaks every so often. Right now, I'm just trying to clean up a mess. I got multiple messes that need to be cleaned up. The one I always return to, though, Peter, is in the time I've been streaming, one of my viewers went from being a med school student to being a heart surgeon. Few and far between. Oh, God. That's good, especially if they're tires and wheels that you need. A Jeep isn't very effective without tires or wheels, so. Hey, the Metal Outlaw, what is up, dude? How's things? It's Electrum, actually, Storm Scourge. It was made out of rose gold, but I had to rebuild it because the doors got stuck on it. But they'd already loaded up their carts, so I decided it was just best to give them a little push. Yeah, right, Peter. Well, it's also like Animal, too, who I think may still be lurking unless he went back to bed. Who, you know, is now going to university. You worked in a grocery store for a while. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like watching time pass by before my eyes, in a way. Kind of like it, though. Make the entrance to this a little smaller. I love that there's just blood splatters on this now. God. Adra the Metal Outlaw is a collector of emotes of sorts. You can, after you've done it the first time, Hops, but it's worth doing because you get a free level up. But you can skip it. Yep, for twice what Disney spent on Star Wars. It's an interesting acquisition, to be sure. An interesting acquisition. My human is thirsty. Jack Nick, you have a new job that I need you doing. I need another brewer anyway. Because I think my brewer died. Jess, thank you very much for the very large raid. Hi. Hey, Cilantro. You guys don't know Jess. Jess is the most recent recruit into my stream team and has been doing an unhealthy amount of Crusader Kings 3. Almost as much of an unhealthy amount as I play of Dwarf Fortress. You should go watch Jess. She's good people. I can vouch for her. Maybe one day we'll convince her to play Dwarfs. That is one serious raid indeed. Cheers, Raiders. Welcome, Jess. I hope that you had a good stream. Computer is being laggy? Oh no, not computer. How dare computer be laggy? Jess, I don't think you have a dwarf for this fort, and I don't have any free ones, but Salantra does. Who is currently moving some rock pots that we made a little while ago. I'll have you know that in this world, Salantra is a she, and she's very annoyed when caught in the rain, and she, in fact, is explicitly stating that she's been rained on and it's annoying. And was blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, and felt pleasure near a fine furnace. Hey, Alistair. What's up? And Infinity. Hey, hi. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. How was CK3 today? How was things? Did you... Hold on. What's a CK3 thing? Have you murdered your kid? Have you married your kid? Those are CK3 things, I think. Have you plotted the murder of a king of another country? A little weird because it only... I only made it because I already had you open. Really? I've heard that Twitch is like borked today. I don't know. There's 251 people watching the stream, so I think it worked. I don't know if it actually like sent through people, but it seems to have worked. Congratulations. This is my highest view count in 6 months. I'm not actually joking. Well, thank you. I'm consistent, not spiky. Married off a lot of siblings to each other? I'm sure they'll like it. It's fine. I mean, it'd be weirder if she was marrying siblings to themselves, right? Right? See, here I just have dwarves that then get married and have a bunch of kids and like 11 lovers. Although the thing that I always return to when people ask what's a weird thing that happened to me in Dwarf Fortress was when I found a legend of a dwarfy queen who kept getting married to different husbands and then murdering them and rezzing them from the dead because, of course, she was a necromancer. Also, thank you very much for the raid. Cheers. Them to themselves. Damn it! I guess we don't have the technology of cloning yet. That's what you need, like, Star Dynasties for. Don't forget the possessions. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you need Star Dynasties for. Star Dynasties is the up-and-coming, independently developed game published by Iceberg, I think? Which is just, like, Crusader Kings in space! Could you get a rock mover dwarf? Nah, because they're all named. Literally every single dwarf is named. All 41 of them. And you did have a dwarf. Unfortunately, he was murdered in a cave-in. But your dwarf's in history, Hops. Over here is a beautiful memorial. This is a beautiful memorial to Morden's leg, which was left here for about 15 years, and we didn't realize it, scarring all of my dwarves every single time they ran past it. And it straight up states that it's a slab that reads in memory of Morden, born in the year 15 and struck down by the dwarf Hops with a copper pick in the year 27. Slayer of Tapioc, Cobalt Nose. And you were killed in a cave-in when we were digging the pit out. Yeah, you murdered somebody with a pick who is renowned because he murdered our Baroness by scratching her leg off with his fingernails. Literally, like, ripped her leg off with his hands. And her leg flew off in an arc. Yeah, though you wonder if I wonder if through alliances, etc., it might be possible to have someone swear. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, no, you're definitely kind of a legendary dwarf in your own right. Perform dance. Aegis is performing it. Okay, this is impressive, right? This dwarf is performing a dance right now. This dwarf has no use of their legs. And is dancing. Look at that. They're dancing. He's got no functioning legs. You know, like those images of like, or like those gifs of people like breakdancing with crutches? That's how I imagine this. Oh, that's funny. Can I see what dance they know? Not like it's really going to tell me much in this screen. The Fuchsia Velvet. The Umber Sweetness. The Mirth of something. I can't read the abbreviation. The Satin of Rhyming. You know the music? The Satin of Rhyming. You can play the Keurig and the Lular. He's a dabbling percussionist and a dabbling stringed instrument player and a novice dancer. Skilled speaker. Rusty teacher. Accomplished student. A legendary stonecrafter. Now they're all just socializing. God, I keep hitting F11 instead of F12. I want to make the game full screen. I want to change the text type. Just banging on the floor here, pretty much. Underground breakdancing. Break dancing with crutches. See what the internet comes up with for me. Nothing. Oh, there we go. I'm sure that this... Okay, so I found a video with 12 million views. Let's see if this pays off. Just waiting for this ad for a local radio station to finish. This oddly well-targeted ad. It's 30 seconds. It's unskippable. Okay, I'm doing my best here. Although, actually, I don't know if I want to... Here, I'll just link it. Because, yes, this is basically what I'm imagining. I just don't want somebody to, like, claim it. That's what I'm imagining. That's what I'm imagining. The dude's got fucking moves. Accurate indeed, yeah. Clickety indeed, yeah. That's what you need to do. I don't know, that's just one hell of a fucking set of moves that dude's got. I don't know, I'm just way too entertained watching dwarves dance and sing. Also, that human is back. I love that... Okay, so... For those of you who are newish to this fortress, we had this human, right, that would come by every single year and ask to live here. And now is officially one of our members of our fortress. Lives in the fortress. Is currently a little bit worried. Actually, I need to, now that I think about it, need to make you a whole set of clothes, which we should probably do. But anyway, lives in the fortress and has been here for some time and would come by every year and... ask to live in the fortress, right? And every single year I said no. Did that every year for about 20 years. And then eventually I said, screw it, why not? We'll let you live here. And they've been a very like valuable member of the fortress. They've done good jobs, and they've learned skills. They've learned to craft, and they've become a valued member of the fort, right? Well, now that we have this human in the fortress, this other human who's a bowman shows up every year, and those two are kindred spirits. So we have these two humans, and they're just best friends. And every year around the same time of year, this human's friend shows up to hang out. And they sing and dance together, and it's kind of adorable. No kidding. Yeah, right, Alistair? Details specify size for humans. All right. So hopefully a ripped... Yeah, there you go. A Ripterus is going to go make some very nice clothing for our human. And let's make sure that our human's able to claim that stuff. I mean, people can do them without crutches, so I'm sure people could do them with crutches. You lost there, human. Kind of waiting for you to go claim some clothing. No, you're just going to socialize for a bit? Fair. I don't know what Battle Hammer is, but... Or Drizzt. I don't know what any of those things are, but hopefully it's a good thing to remind you of. Also, I love that people are still eating food over in this room, which is the Baroness's old throne room. It's just funny to me. The impracticality is part of the skill, though. So we started today on the 42nd year of this fortress, which would be year 47. We're getting there. Year 47. We started this world in year 5, and we're currently on year 49, and the goal is to get to 1005. You're leading a crafting demonstration. Well, that's beautiful. I really hope that eventually we'll get proper descriptions for, like... Because you know how we already have, like... no familiarity with Forgotten Realms. So. Whoosh. You know how we already have, like, descriptions for music and different types of poetry and stuff? I really hope that we get descriptions for the different crafting. Like, I want to see, like, them describing about, like, chiseling away stone and stuff, you know? Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? And it takes you to what app is open even with... Yeah, I wish the clips worked better on Twitch's app. Actually, how about this? Controversial statement. I wish clips worked on the Twitch app. Because I would argue that they certainly fucking don't. Iceborne for PC. Well, that's fun. Enjoy the snow, Dragon Man. And enjoy the stabby of the big dinos. Watching a okay, who's leading the clothes making demonstration? Really? It's Bastet. I mean, Bastet's an excellent clothes maker, but nowhere near as good of a clothes maker as Eripterus. I guess they're both legendary, maybe? Legendary Spear Dwarf, Shield User, Armor User, Discipline, Observer, Fighter, Wrestler, Expert Biter, Legendary Striker, Great Kicker, Dodger, Professional Miscellaneous Object User, Dabbling Butcher and Tanner, and a Legendary Weaver, Clother, and Legendary Gem Cutter, Legendary Glass Maker, a little bit rusty, and a Legendary Leather Worker, but very rusty. Is that a good or bad thing? Dragon Man. Yeah, good. My dwarves are good at stuff, and the children that grow up are already like let's look at Petra, right? Petra is the reincarnation of Peter, who is 6 years old. Was born in the 9th of Glennon in the year 43. We're now in the year 49. And she's a dabbling persuader, negotiator, judge of intent, intimidator, conversationalist, comedian, counselor, and pacifier. Because of watching dwarves talk. Also, disco waffles. How are you doing, Dwarf? You doing good? Go get yourself a shower. Bug. Those children that make it. Yes. those few lucky ones that get through the trials and tribulations of growing up. Oh, hey, Can, the goblin is back. Welcome back, Can. The goblin that had stones so interested, as well as the kindred spirit friend of the human bowman. Of course, a goblin being a medium-sized humanoid driven to cruelty by its evil nature and horrible demons that control their factions. Her hair is extremely long, and her slightly close-set red eyes are bulging. Her somewhat short ears have swinging lobes, and her somewhat short head is narrow. Her hair is lilac, and her skin is ash gray. Her nose is slightly hooked. An interesting gob, yeah. An interesting one indeed. You know what I'm curious to see? How big this world save folder is going to be by the time this world is done. Do they use a guild automatically after building it? They'll use it even if there isn't a guild formed. Like down here, this is a guild. This is a metalsmith's guild. I don't have enough metalsmiths to make a guild, but I've seen my weaponsmith giving smelting demonstrations and stuff in there. So it's actually a good way to train doctors, I've found. If you make your hospital into a medical guild hall, because you can make zones into multiple things. They'll actually go hang out in there, and if a doctor happens to run in there, they can go give a presentation on doctoring things in the medical hall. Also, fun little fact, if the thing next to them is purple, it's giving them a mood. So if it's green, it's just a thing that's happening, but if it's purple, it means they're either getting positive or negative thoughts out of it. So in this case, this dwarf is satisfied remembering work and felt pleasuring remembering a sparring session, and must never forget loyalty and repay it in full, says Euthyrus. Definitely, the 201 objects that you own certainly speak to that. It's very obvious that you're a greedy fucking dwarf. You have 3 children, Dragon Man, Quatch, R.I.P., and Sal. Are all your children dead? Never mind, not Dragon Man. Dragon Man's alive. Okay. How old is Dragon Man? 27 years old. Damn. How are you doing, Dwarf? Well, you're married to Wave Thrash. You need to have some kids. You're really close friends with our Outpost Liaison. That's awesome, actually. What about Wave Thrash? How are you doing? You've got a billion siblings. None of them made it. Yeah, you could make a milking guild hall into your meeting room. Yeah. Could do that. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but you could. So Wave Thrash has a hard time making friends. Whoa! I've never seen that before. So Lump was married to Axon, who was a very prolific child maker. As you can see here by all of these children that Lump has. But Axon was also very disloyal in a relationship. In fact, we kind of decided that it must have been an open relationship. Because Axon had like 11 lovers over the span of like the fortress. Eventually died, unfortunately, due to an accident, including a pick being driven firmly into her forehead and destroying her brain. But Lump is now in love with our Outpost Liaison. I've literally never seen that before. I mean, Bub's scrumpet about that, Axon. Or Wave Thrash. One of those two. Or Hot Cup of Tea, even. Has anybody ever seen that happen? Like, Lump, are you getting sad? I love that you're also our manager. Exasperated when caught in the storm. Frustrated after lack of decent meals. Love remembering a new romance. Man. I wonder how many lovers that Outpost Liaison has. It's probably going from fortress to fortress to fortress to fortress to fortress, just like fucking everybody. Wow. I've never seen a dwarf have like even a friendship with an Outpost Liaison, let alone a relationship. That's interesting. Also, I like the fact that the Fragrant Bear, the elves, are super peaceful. Like, they're at peace with the kobolds, the goblins, and all the dwarves. Oh, I'm going slowly to keep everything safe, yeah. I've only dug down this far, which is layer 13. So, like, for the size of this fortress, we're digging really slowly. This fortress is more wide than deep, if that makes sense. In history, this world had 50 dead when we found it, when we started playing, so probably not. Not that I would know of. I know that my dwarven faction, the Ignited Creation, have been kind of in locked combat, trying to take one of the goblin strongholds for a while, but I don't really want to take part in that. Mostly because I really don't want the dwarves to just annihilate the goblins, because I could totally do that, but kind of want the goblins to go become villains in the world. Otherwise, the world's just going to get boring. Yeah, no, this world was so young when we started, there was only 59 dead. Only 59 notable dead. And there was 2 artifacts, and they were 3 artifacts, sorry, and they were all 3 of them were slabs. with the secrets of life and death on them, written by demons, of course. What, from my dwarves? I mean, we haven't attacked anybody, so no. We're very peaceful folk. Many great battles between us and the Kias and Buzzards, though. Does that count? And the local monkey population, they keep trying to steal our books. It's kind of a problem, actually. I mean, the world doesn't even have any necromancer towers yet, right? Like, there's goblins down here, over here to the right, and some goblins up here, but none of them have really done that. We did have the day when, like, 15 Grey Langer monkeys jumped the walls and stole some books, and then we murdered them all. Except the one that got away with one of the copies of one of our books, which was a little frustrating. There was a few years of concern when the Dwarven traders didn't show up for a number of years in a row, which was concerning. But they started coming again, which is good. I was very worried for a little bit there that we were at war with our own faction, which is not something that you want to have happen. Civil wars are bad in DF. Also, streamer's going to sell it for a second. Just remind everybody, because today is Monday, the leaderboards have all reset. So if you want to snag that #1 badge, it only costs you 1 penny to get on the #1 spot of the bits leaderboard. If you happen to have any bits in your account. I'm just saying. Anybody wants to snipe that #1 spot. Very cheap. Yes, mountain homes are the fort that we came from. It's the original fortress. So we are not a mountain home. A mountain home has a king. Our mountain home is down here. The Dwarven Fortress of Trumpet Stroke. Never actually read that name out loud. They also have the Hillocks of Clobberhammer, which is a really good name, and the Hillocks of Shocktomb. And over here we have our fortress, which is pretty big, the Fortress of Longdeath. And next to us are the Dwarven Hillocks of Channel Dens and Veiled Clasp. And they are all run by AI. Trumpet Stroke. Remember that, chatter. Trumpet Stroke. Thanks for explanations. No problem. What a noble mountain home name. Trumpet Stroke. Yeah. Right now, we are mining out areas looking for more silver ore. Might move 1 layer deeper. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's go along the edge here. Goblin Crossbowman is fighting. Oh, with the Kia. The flying copper bolt strikes the Kia in the lower body, spilling the guts. An artery has been opened by the attack, and Khan, the Goblin Crossbowman, screams, "This is a fight! I feel no terror!" Well, I guess he truly is on our side. Also going to turn the squads on to help fight off the incoming burb threat. Yeah, no, I would say that's probably been the epicest battles. Actually, the epicest battle in this fortress's history, probably, and also one of the saddest tales in this fortress's history, can be found if you type an !VID in the chat, vid. It'll take you to my most recent lore video, which is about a very sad tale of a adorable kobold married couple, and what happens when you try and steal artifacts from a dwarven fortress as a barely armed, almost naked, rather beautifully intelligent, tiny-ass kobold. Collapse? No. We found more Glina! Yay! We were finally successful. Which means I can smelt more Glina. Although, let's not do it that way. Let's queue smelt 20. I don't know how much we'll find, but Spearmaster is fighting with a Kia. Punches the Kia in the upper body with her right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. And Bastet screams, "This is my fight too." There is no need to feel vengeful. And the Kia is propelled away by the force of the blow. When do you build supports? You don't need to. Nothing falls. Unless you cut out every single support from something. It's like Minecraft, so nothing will actually cave in. So you don't need to build supports. They are optional. Also, shoutouts to Cooler_SK for doing the doodles in that video. They need nicer stuff than Barons? Really? Huh. Spearmaster stabs Akia in the upper leg with his steel spear, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and the Spearmaster stands up. At least it wasn't the leg that was standing up. Cooler doodles, yeah! Just like that emote, Infinity. Yeah, that used to be a feature. Tarn removed it because it caused frame rate lag, so it's probably one of those features that are like, we'll get it back one day. Structural integrity will return, probably. I mean, you're the only dwarf, really, that travels to every hillocks and other dwarven fortress for the purpose of trading, so I'm assuming you'd be relatively important. Pablo! It's 30 years old! You're doing so well. Satisfied at work. Want some decent meals. But she finished up some work and that was satisfying. You have a pet! Or had a pet. Goose. Kindred spirits with Scrumpet. Oh, that's adorable. I've got dwarves that are smelting the ore, which is good. 3, in fact, including our human. Our human, who's probably ecstatic right now. These people caring about romance should be more practical. You know, for somebody who's 73 years old, who moved away from his lover to live with dwarves and has 3 children, he must not care one lick about romance. He's the appearance of somebody who's 73 years old and says that these people caring about romance should be more practical. I mean, I can understand that, human. Now get up there and smelt that ore. Must have still been in the game when you played years ago. Yeah, must have been. It's one of those things where like half the people will tell you to be worried about it because they think it's still a feature. There's a lot of things like that in Dwarf Fortress. Another one is noise pollution. Noise pollution was a big problem for a bit, but they removed it due to tantruming problems. So like almost nothing actually. There are still some things that generate noise, but like workshops don't generate noise anymore. God, this is a long fucking vein. It keeps going. Good God. Damn. It's a long vein. It's a lot of silver and a lot of lead and a lot of statues we can make. Springtime has arrived. Year 50, I think. That's year 45 of the fortress. Yep, first of granite. Year 50, early spring. Sorry, I had to take a screenshot of that. Year 50 in the world, 45 for the fortress. That's pretty good, frankly. It was good enough that I had to screenshot it. Give you an idea, based on my research when I started this fortress, most fortresses last about 10 years max. 3 years seems to be kind of like the average for most people. 10 years is like pushing it. 15 is like the long end. It's like, what's the longest fort you've ever done? About 15 years for most people, it seems like. I have no idea. Why only 15 years? I mean, that's just like looking at a bunch of Reddit threads and forum posts of people asking, what's the longest fort you've ever done? That's about what I see people posting, is about 15 years. So I don't know why only 15 years. The whole point of this fort, Boulogne Rouge, is to get to year 1000 in this fortress. Because there is no documented fortresses that have been around for 1,000 years. Yeah, probably. Dream Burrito. It's probably about something to do with that. I mean, this fortress has 41 population, and because of that, the frame rate doesn't slow down. Things operate at a rapid pace, and I can get through a couple of years per stream, which doesn't mean it's going to be short. I mean, this is the 16th stream I've done of this fort, and I think the most streams I ever did of a single fort was 20, but that was much shorter periods of time. I was streaming for about 2 hours. Fortress. Let's automate that. See what we find up there. Get up there, screw. Oh. It's just the one. Well, that's it for that, it seems. An elven caravan has arrived. Well, we should trade with them. How do you design a 100-year fort? However you want, really. You know if there's an event that triggers in... I mean, most events just kind of happen naturally, but it's all population and value in your fort related. It's not time related. There is no, like, doom ending, like, world ending doom clock events in DF. It's just a matter of value that you produce. Oh no. There's moldy cheese. Well, shit. In this case, this particular fortress is a very large pit. I can show you the fortress layout in a second. This is the fortress. It's a very large pit with a tower coming out of it. Tower goes all the way up to there. It's just kind of a lookout point. There's nothing up there right now. For a dwarf, apparently. And it goes all the way down into the pit with a few constructed buildings down at the bottom. And there it is. Then underneath the pit, there's the old bedrooms, which are no longer being used in the old library. The history of our fortress and terracotta army. And down here is where we are mining. Down here is more where we are mining. I just dug a really big hole. Because I've never seen a single episode from of Parks and Rec. That's why. Actually, I think a better response would be because not everybody watches the same pop culture things as you. Last I checked, I'm a brunette, not blonde, but my hair's brown, sir. Dark brown. Very fucking dark brown. Almost black, in fact. What's up? Screw it. How's things? I'm hungry. That's how things. I can't use the bins, but I can certainly trade this cloth. Look how valuable this cloth is. This is really valuable for pigtail cloth. Because my weavers are incredibly good at what they do. My hair is very, 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 very dark brown. Actually, recently it's been going more gray. It's, extremely dark brown. I've never actually dyed my hair or done anything to make it black. But when I see a red door, I would like it painted black. No colors or remorse. I'd like it painted black. Grown featherwood leggings. That's a weird mental image. Buy those splints. So I don't have to make any. They're happy. But, yeah, no, my hair is, like, brown. I don't know how obvious that is. For me to go blonde? $150,000. Fuck you, I'll never dye my hair. It was a terribly dreadful skunk that emerged from a deep dig. The enslaved demons that wreck. Oh wow. That was in that's in another world, but yes. That's the community world lore. This world has different lore. This world doesn't have any surface demons that I'm aware of. I mean, it might, but none that I'm aware of. Babette to the Dark Tragedies, yes. And then Barbette's third cousin, twice removed, sprayed my neighbor like a couple weeks later. Babette, I actually can't remember its surname. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, one of my children was puking over there on the left. That's what that blue is. The pink and red down here, and brown in the middle of the floor, which I can highlight. That's alder cones. These are plums that have fell. Plum leaves and more plum leaves. Because up on the side of the wall here, all the way up here, right here, there's an alder trunk, and up here there's a plum trunk. They're kind of growing out of like the tiny little bit of land that I didn't dig out when I was digging out the wall, and so trees grew there, and now they're dropping plums down on the lower levels, which is kind of awesome. Went to a wedding yesterday. This one was a little intimate affair, consisting of the bride, groom, priest, and 2 witnesses, and your girlfriend playing photographer. I like that. Playing photographer. Yeah, and then if we go up onto the surface, over here I mentioned that there's a lot of trees, right? Well, we have thick walnuts. We got apricots, plums, pecans, willows. If I'd go down onto the ground, we have saplings from dead saplings that started to grow and didn't get enough sunlight, so they just died. We have pecan leaves, pecans that have fallen on the ground. I've been sending my dwarves up here to gather some so that we can cook them and brew them, which can be seen immediately if you actually look in the stockpiles. Down in here we have... Down in the D pile, there's the drinks. We have split beer, barley wine, white mullet beer, cranberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven wine, plum wine, apricot wine, river spirits, gross, and fisher berry wine. Also, if I go down to our prepared meals, we have all 1,800 of them. We have a lot of variations. We have pig meat stew, prepared pig lung stew, chopped pig liver stew, intestine stew, pig tripe stew, sweetbread stew, pig spleen stew, Grey Langer Talo stew. They really like their stews. Garlic bulb stew, llama cheese stew, muskmelon stew, cranberry stew, apricot stew, prepared pig intestine stew, plum stew. Lots of plum stew. Cow sweetbread roast, goose egg roast, fisherberry roast, pecan roast, lots of pecan roast. They're kept in barrels or pots. Yes, I'm really trying to get to 1,000 years. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. This streamer is faithful 1,000%. Come on, Dwarf. Hair, I realize you're haggard due to the tremendous stresses placed on you, but please, remember the fondness that you got making a friend, and please, for the love of Christ, stop being a frickin' stressed out twat. Me? No? Although I have considered begging Krug Smash to. And I have begged Krug Smash to. And he always says, with what time? And I go, I agree. I have, however, considered doing, what the fuck? That was a little random. I have, however, considered many other things that are not that. This goblin can play instruments. Last time you came here, you were not carrying this lular. Plectrum is made from well-crafted earthenware. This is a superior quality mudstone lular. The yoke is made from superior quality iron. The sound chest is made from superior quality mudstone. The strings are made from superior quality iron, and the plectrum is made from well-crafted earthenware and was crafted here, I think. Are you planning on stealing that, goblin? I mean, you can have it. Just please ask first. You think I could write things that are fucking appropriate for children? I mean, come the fuck on. Seriously. Like I'm family friendly. How do meals rot? If they're not left in a barrel. Like that one. And then they smell like the stench of rotting flesh. Yummy. That's what that pink is. It's the stench of miasma. The stench of rotten flesh. In this case, someone's lunch. So what make the books amazing? Here's the story of this dwarf and how he got fucked up by falling down a cliff. By blind. It all rhymes and it's super wholesome sounding until it's like... Then he got punched in the face and his guts were strewn out 15 feet long. The grimdark, disgusting realms. But no, I've never considered writing anything. You're asking the legally blind guy if he's ever considered writing things. I have a hard time reading without using digital tools. Like, come on. Me? Think about writing a... No. But, on the other hand, Disco Waffles, one of our best military dwarves and scholars, has been taken by a fey mood. I'm very hopeful about this one. Fingers crossed. Looks like he's going for the Craftsdwarf shop. Well, okay. Fine. Grabs one thing and says he must have rock, logs, silk cloth, tanned hides, rough gems, tanned hides. Okay, well, it's probably logs you want. Yep. Let's hack it down into some treesies. All right, yeah, Jessica Waffles is your wife, right? Yeah. Kind of forgot about that. Your wife is going to become a legendary crafter. Woo! Although he's already a legendary spearmaster, among other things. That was the wrong dwarf, but that's fine. Oh, we got tons of tanned hides, dude. We got tons. We got like 800 tanned hides or something. Same with silk. We got lots of silk. Especially considering there was a couple brown recluse spiders that were spinning webs in the trees that my dwarves were making silk cloth out of for a little bit there. They seem to have stopped, though, because I haven't seen any legendary silk cloth appearing, so. Hey, Pilot God, thanks. Cheers, dude. Elves seem to be heading home. Have a good one. Pointy-eared, untrustworthy weirdos. What's the U doing tasks? The U is the human and is one part of my For fuck's sake, dwarves! Literally nobody wants to, like, get rid of that cheese, eh? Come on, it's not that difficult. You completed the main game of Monster Hunter World. I mean, Dragonman was literally just talking about picking up Monster Hunter World. And how was it? Was it a satisfying finish? I've seen like the final mission from Monster Hunter World, and something that I love about Monster Hunter, even though I don't really play those games, is I love how well they do scale. Like, those games are huge, and everything feels so big. One of my favorite parts about Shadow of the Colossus and all those games is like just how big everything is. I love games that make me feel tiny. All right, so Disco Waffles has begun a mysterious construction of marquee cut blue jades, rough purple spinels, pig leather, purple spinels, buzzard leather, cave spider silk cloth, pecan wood logs, good choice, and granite. Every fight is a boss fight. Yeah, and that's why I can't do Monster Hunter. I I tried to play Ultimate X and Ultimate, I think, on DS, and got about 30 hours into Ultimate and put another like 20 into this other one that I had, which was Ultimate something. I hate those games. I really, really do. I played them because they were like some of the only games I had, but I don't like them. Repetitive, grindy, boring. Ugh. I like watching them. They're fine to watch for little spats, but no desire to play them. I mean, it really like forced into my head why I don't like grindy loot games. Well, I was really hoping that Disco Waffles was going to dedicate it to King of the Space Disco Cop or something, but Disco Waffles, the administrator, has created Sedigashis. Is it Sedil Gasis? Sedil Gasis. A granite bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom. A family heirloom. It's worth 57,600. That's not a shitty sum. That's quite a lot. This is a granite bracelet. All Craft's dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with buzzard leather and encircled with bands of round granite cabochons and pecan wood and round brilliant cut prairie spinels. This object menaces with spikes of blue jade. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in cave spider silk. Ooh, interesting. On the item is an image of angel satins. The granite bracelet in purple spinel. Self-referential. On the item is an image of gizzard stones in pig leather. Oh, okay. Sure. I shall put it on a pedestal right next to the other great artifacts of this world. Yeah, very important gizzard stones. Also, I need to make a coin. Also, how much leather do we have? Leather? Lead, not leather. How much lead do we have? 23 bars. Did they ever finish smelting all that glina? They never really started. Okay, because I need more charcoal. Lead-er, yeah. Lead-er, I don't even know where she is. The fart. I mean, everybody farts. Isn't that like a children's book or something? Pretty certain that that is. Wait, what did you just go get from there? Sterling silver part. Why was there sterling silver in there? Lead jewelry incoming? I could make that. I'm scared to ask, pilot guy, why is the pregnant horse faster? Two horsepower. I thought you were going to say because it's full of itself or something. I was expecting a full pun. Because it goes full speed ahead. It's all led to this. Speaking of silver coins. Look at that human working so hard. all year 37.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Hello, hobo. How's you? What have you missed? Couple artifacts, couple trades. I noticed that one of my dwarves is in love with the outpost liaison. So that's interesting. That's what I was looking for.
Cheese for
You probably
everyone!
missed cheese. That was rotting, actually. So this is a stack of 500 silver coins. Oh, wow, this is a busy one. This is a stack of 500 Astaduber 50 silver coin. This is the silver currency of Astaduber from the year 50. On the front of the coin is the silver currency, is a superiorly designed image of Iteb Veilwhip, the dwarf and dwarves. Iteb Veilwhip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Iteb Veilwhip to the position of queen of the ignited creation in year 1. On the coin's back is a superiorly designed image of elves and dwarves. The elves are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the gem of funerals of the ignited creation at metal partnered by the noiseless volcano in the late summer of 12 during Pathel Rosidra, the onslaught of slaughter. Whoa. Gym was fun and Moonrune classes are starting again next Monday and you're so much hype. Yay! That's good. On both accounts. What year are we in now? Year 50. Right. Year 50. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Bloody interesting one, actually. %5 done, yeah. 0.5 would be 5 years. Unless my math is wrong. Yeah, it started year 5. So technically we're in year 45, but the fourth year is, or the world's year is 50. But yeah, we're basically like 4.9 or 4.9% done, basically. Or 4.5, I guess, percent. All right, so the attack on the Gem of Funerals. Where is the Gem of Funerals? Who is the Gem of Funerals? Also, shoutouts to the fucking Dwarf guys down here, because they've been growing a lot. Metal partnered. Trumpet rough. Steel punches. I'm wondering if that's like roses of shooting. Well, that's interesting. The humans have taken over this one. The human forest retreat. Also, the fragrant bear is moved all the way down here. That's interesting. Because there's two different elven civilizations. The elves must be having some infighting. Because the Roses of Shooting, which is another elven civilization which we don't have contact with, used to have control of all three of these. But this one is now human. And this one is now elven, but elves from across the mountain range. These guys, the Fragrant Bear. How about the elves up in the far north? Oh, would you look at that? We're at war with them. Fascinating. But we can't even see that. They don't have our address, but we are at war with them. That's very interesting. Well, we found elves that we can't trust. The patterned fang and the beak of purifying. Really? I find watching this game on a phone to be perfectly easy. No different than any other screen. Unless you have like a phone from 2002 that has an image the size of a postage stamp. Well, I mean, one of the elven there's infighting happening amongst the elves, and I think that that's interesting. I'm just trying to figure out who the fuck they attacked. Because I can't find the... It's so interesting getting little bits of lore that's actually, like, relevant from an artifact. That's really cool. I don't know. We still have control over Seduce Shock. We don't have control over that. We taking over any of these? Yes, Coldfire. But my mountain home going to war with somebody doesn't necessarily tell that person where I am. So, for example, my mountain home can go attack another country, right? But they don't know that my fortress is where my fortress is, because my fortress is kind of low-key and hasn't really done much yet on the world stage. So only people that are either within a certain distance to know that I'm settling or to get word, or let's just say a bard travels to my fortress, spends some time here, then travels to another fortress to spend some time there. Word could spread about my fortress if we have particularly good booze. Stuff like that. So word can kind of spread organically about the existence of your fortress, but if two factions are really far apart, it is possible for my civilization to be at war with another civilization, but that other civilization not necessarily knowing that my specific fortress is there. I mean, once you know what you're looking at, it doesn't matter what you're watching this game on, really. Like, I can watch this game on a phone and have absolutely no trouble following it, but that's because I'm used to looking at Dwarf Fortress, right? If you're not used to looking at Dwarf Fortress, it's going to be hard to watch it on any platform. But, you know, it's just like Crusader Kings or Factorio even. If you're not used to watching it, it's going to be difficult to watch. So if it's so challenging, I can help explain what things are if you want to make the effort. Otherwise, can't help you. Because everything on the screen is roughly the same size as most other games that call themselves colony management games. Wonder what music they're performing. You're emulating... Oh, are you guys playing Elven music again? Wave thrash is singing. The Umber Sweetness is a social group dance originating in the Fragrant Bear, an elven civilization. The form guides the dancers during an improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the composition of the Mirth of Tresses. The dancers perform a loosely mingled turning, counterclockwise, moving to the music's libeu rhythm. The understated dance is punctuated by passive movement along the line of dance and sinuous leftward bends. The dance begins with the passage of music. This section is sluggish. The dance enters a new section with the next passage of the music. The dancers perform slowly with the music. The section is punctuated by calm, straight walks. It is accompanied, of course, by the Mirth of Tresses, which is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Fragrant Bear, an elven civilization who we are friends with, who we traded with earlier this year. The rules of the form are applied by the composers to produce individual pieces of music, which can be performed by a singer, which recites any composition of the Embrace of Glistening, which is probably a form of poetry, while the music is played on an endra, and two wewe, and a rallywo, whatever those are, musical instruments. The musical voices bring the melody counterpoint, and the rhythm of the entire performance is to be moderately loud. The melody has long phrases, while the counterpoint has mid-length phrases throughout. The form, never more than an interval, sounds at once. It is performed in the libe rhythm throughout. When possible, the composers and performers are to alternate the tension and repose. I mean, they were also doing what read like the equivalent of goblin throat singing not so long ago, Cold Fire, so honestly, it doesn't matter what they're doing. My dwarves already knew it. Literally no elves have stayed in my fortress. My dwarves knew these dances, just naturally. So the elves ain't doing shit. This is just my dwarves that are doing this. And heck, even this goblin over here knows the dance, which is interesting. This is a very globalist, inclusive world currently. Although something is brewing in the north in the form of pointy-eared elves. They still performing the same one? Yeah, they are. Now, if I want to dive deeper, I need a musical instrument to read about. Stocks. What do I have? Do I have one? Probably. Do I not have any musical instruments? Could have sworn I did. The screen is going to get dangerous soon. Guess not. I mean, I know I do, but hold on. What do I have over here? A Nakis, a Zagug, Ziller, and a Curie. God dang it. There they are is not exactly helpful if I can't see it or didn't see it. Oh, they'd be under M? I thought they were under I. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Well, I can't... Yeah, there we go. So a rallywoe is a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a wooden body. The instrument rests flat as the instrument plays the 46 strings with a wooden bow. Tuning is accompanied by pegs, and the instrument has a 5-octave range, going from an extremely low to a medium-high pitch. So it's like a flat harp that you play with a bow. Not sure what an opu is. But this one is owned by our human. It's a small handheld instrument consisting of 10 adjacent conical stone pipes. The musician blows across the end of each pipe. The instrument has a 3-octave range, going from a middle to a very high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has a choppy, focused timbre. It has 2 registers, and the low register has a vibrating, gracious timbre. And the high register begins at a medium-high pitch, and it has a full vibrating, strident timbre. Also worth noting, for anybody who's, like, newish to Dwarf Fortress, all of this, is generated with the world. So it's different from world to world. Names, the design of the instruments, what they're used for, the dances and music that they're played as part of. The nakus is a huge stationary musical instrument, above which 88 stone bells. The musician plays using a wooden keyboard, and to select which of these bells are struck. The instrument has 8.5 octave range, going from extremely low to extremely high pitch. It has 4 registers, and the low register has a steady wobbling timbre, a nasal timbre. And the middle register begins at a low pitch and has a clear, light, crisp timbre. The high register begins at a medium low pitch and has a sweet timbre. On top, the register begins at a high pitch and has a steady, shrill timbre. It's a bellano. Bellano, a bell piano. The osheb is a medium handheld ceramic musical instrument, above which hang 39 bone bells. The musician uses a wooden keyboard to select which of these bells is struck. So very similar to the previous one. Aside from that, it has a very eerie sound, supposedly. An earthenware rallylath. It's a medium-sized handheld ceramic musical instrument which uses a stone pump to send water into the chamber, ultimately supplying air to blow through any of the 72 ceramic pipes. The musician directs air through the chosen pipes by playing a glass keyboard. The instrument has flue pipes and a free reed pipes. The instrument has 4.5 octave range, going from medium to extremely high. And it has 4 registers, a low and a vibrating raunchous register. Okay, and the high pitch has a sparkling timbre. A medium pitch has a sparkling timbre, and the high register begins at a high pitch and has a full strain, crisp timbre. The zellar is a huge stationary musical instrument, which above is 78 bone bells. They really like their bell pianos. So we have like a water organ, several different types of bell pianos. Glass zegug is a large stationary silk-stringed musical glass instrument. Rests on a flat in the music. Okay, I already read that one. I think. Yes, I did, just not in this screen. And then the lular. Which I think this gubbin is holding. Yeah, Mudstone Lular is a tiny handheld metal string instrument. I've made a few of these in the fortress. With a metal yoke and a stone body. The strings are suspended from the yoke down the body, and the musician picks the 6 strings with a ceramic plectrum. Tuning is accomplished by pegs, and also possible using small levers. The instrument has a 4-octave range, going from middle to extremely high pitch. The instrument is thin and has a muddy timbre. So generally, the way that the instruments work, let's just go to the Dwarf shop, for example. I can go down to make an instrument piece. So it would be Nakas keyboard, Nakas case, Nakas bells, Oshib keyboard, Osib Ralith pump, a Nur body. I don't know what a Nur is, but it's Nur, the body of an instrument, vibrates with strings producing sound. A Zagug hammers. So, like, in this case, the Nakas bells would make all of the bells. A dwarf would grab the materials needed and then would make all of the bells. So once you construct all of the different pieces, then you can go to the Make a Musical Instrument screen and assemble all of the parts to make one of the musical instruments from this world, which is a Nakas that we are capable of making. So the Nakas, the Lular, the Solam, the Zagug, the Nur, the Zeller, the Ralath, Asheb, and the Nakas. Yeah, it's a little, it's still complicated. Like, you'll need to read the descriptions in the Dwarf shop and figure out, like, what materials each piece needs to be made out of, and then open up that, or make that shop and train dwarves in that skill to then, you know, make them make that thing. Sup, Cyclone, how's things? Is there still water in your basement? I am now out of coffee. It is sad times begins. We are officially in sad boy hours. That's good. No, I mean, no more water at all might be bad, but no more water is good. Better than no more heroes, in fact. You had some fun today? Who did you set on fire? Did you wrestle a crocodile? Did you run around naked headbanging with an American flag at a hurricane? I'm trying to think about what Floridans do with their time. Got notified of 3 recalls on your car. Oh. Huh. The factory must grow infinity? Smoke and take a vacation in prison. I don't know. I was trying to guess what Floridans do, okay? Also, hey, Beefcake. How was your stream? Yeah, I wouldn't be either. That's... I don't know, man. Also, explain like I'm 5. I've never owned a car. What do you mean by recalls? You mean like it goes back to car company to be fixed? Or something? Hey, Patolus. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. I'll have you know, in the other world, there is a baby Patolus that grew up. And then I retired the fortress. And then we started a new fortress. And then everybody died. And then we started a new fortress. Unfortunately, Matt's not streaming tonight, so that factory won't grow. But other factories will. They won't let you drive it until it's fixed? Wait, hold on. What manufacturer is your car? I feel like I heard about this, actually. Also, thank you very much for keeping that tier 2 subscription alive, Patolus. Just a reminder to everybody. Post beers, please. Oh, hey, Dr. Phineas. How you doing, man? Dear child that is vomiting literally everywhere, please stop. Thanks. Sincerely, streamer. Poor Jellybud. completely oblivious to life. It's a very funky looking beer, Barons. Yeah, you know what? I've been wondering that. I used to wonder stuff like that, Dr. Beefcake, and then I watched someone vomit for about, I don't know, a meter while he ran out of the McDonald's that I used to work in. A Mazda. Okay. I heard that Mercedes had a big recall recently due to falsifying emissions tests. That's all I've heard about. All right, let's that sucks. Do you know how long it's going to take for them to fix it? And can you sue them? Go to bars, not way down. $87 lead. Lead statue. 20. 30? Sure. Existing image. A spear on a dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the spear and striking a triumphant pose. Yes, those are my terracotta warriors. And let's smelt. It's silly. That's good. Okay, at the very least, they're giving you a loaner car. But why is the rum gone? Because I drank it all, obviously, Arch. But we have more beer. Actually, do I have any rum? Okay, so we do have cranberry wine, barley wine, split beer, dwarven wine, plum wine, apricot wine, river spirits, and dwarven ale. No dwarven rum, though. Although, I guess I was saying I should do this a little while ago. Let's go to the kitchen. We're going to brew some pigtails, because why not? I don't let people add quotes. I need to start earlier? I start at the same time every day, though, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about, Focal Fury. With that wine? All of the cranberry wine and apricot wine? Art chooses my stream to fall asleep, but I've been starting the same time, so... I mean, if I start my stream any earlier, I'd have to wake up earlier. And I like waking up around, like, 7:30 in the morning. That's a good time to wake up. Yeah, I was reading in Matt's chat about that. Did you find the source of the oil leak? You just used my YouTube? It's a weird wording. I just use your YouTube. Do you now? Wait, at least buy me a drink first. Gasket? Ah. It's our tube now. I don't know about that. Is this part of the divorce settlement? I saw my name in there, Focal Fury, so it confused me. Also, I want mead now, damn it. Let this streamer have some mead. This streamer hasn't had mead since his birthday. And this streamer is sad about that. 282 books. I think Lump's been busy copying them all. So much open room in this fort? Yeah! I mean, it looks like it now that most of the boulders are gone. Most of them. Oh, King is telling a story. So this one time I played Star Fox and... Oh, he's telling the story of how the dwarf Sklug became the sheriff of the eternal adventure of time. And a few people are listening. Hot Cup of Tea is listening, and so is Jamie. That's actually kind of awesome. Wait, when were you born? You were born in the year 18, and you were born in the year 26. So, wait, hold on. What? Did I read that right? Yeah, you were born in year 26. So one of these dwarves was born at the time. The other one wasn't. And King is telling the story of when Sklug became the sheriff of the Eternal Adventure of Time, who is now also retired, by the way, no longer the sheriff of the Eternal Adventure of Time, because he went batshit crazy and damn near killed somebody. But then also got super depressed about it, and now just doesn't feel anything ever, and feels wonder learning about tanning and stuff. And, you know, never mind, he did kill 2 people. He killed Kibbs and Aqua. R.I.P. And his lovely wife, Rhinestone, and him just kind of hang out in the library learning about things and making friends with people. Yeah, it's a good times. Also, you know, I haven't said this enough today. Chat. And everybody, especially those of you who came in from the raids today, and everybody who's just been hanging out, and everybody who resubbed and just been chatting and watching. Thank you so much for watching this weird-ass stream. You know, like, I start my day off by listening to records and talking about random shit, and then we play the rest of the day playing one of the more obscure games ever made, so... The fact that there was, you know, like 70 to 90 people here most of the day, and then we have 122 now after the raid. Cheers. Also, I love the description of socialite. It's like, this organizational activity will branch into specific social events. Your math is not very good. Yeah, it's almost as bad as mine, in fact. And at the end of the day, just thanks for letting me do this full time. Because I wouldn't be able to do this full time if it wasn't for you guys. I wouldn't be here. That would just be a fact. Should really make more spikes. Men, iron, spike. The 100. Charcoal. 100. Because I'm guaranteed out of charcoal. What instruments are we making? I haven't made instruments in about 30 years. I made one of each or a bunch of Lalars, and then one of every other instrument, and I haven't made any since because I haven't needed to. Considering you're half a math major, it's a little embarrassing, but it's, you know. Skills are retained with practice, and if you don't practice skills, you're going to have a hard time, you know? It's just like anything. If you don't practice your skills, you're going to have a hard time maintaining them. You know, like, I was good enough at... Meditate on painting. What gods do you worship, human? Never actually looked at these. Sorry. But, our human worships the fragrance of savants. The fragrance of savants, a deity of the realm of stone. The fragrance most often takes the form of a male human and is associated with inspiration and painting. Interesting. Sorry, I never actually looked at the humans' gods because the humans will worship a completely different pantheon than my dwarven faction, and another dwarven faction would worship a different pantheon, and the goblins have their own set of gods, and then the elves worship forces because they're weird. And Envel, the natural, is a deity of the realms of stone. The natural most often takes the form of a female human and is associated with plants. Okay. The pot god, I like it. And then Bakui is a deity of the realms of stone. Bakui takes the form of a female human, and he is associated with water. Interesting. Oh, Squug found Perturbator. Also, I just discovered something. If you click the screen, this screen has fucking mouse support. Well, I found another one, guys. So some screens in this game just have unexplainable mouse support for no reason. And apparently this one does. Weird. I can hit escape. Can I click relationships? Nope. This one doesn't. Can I like double click these? Can I click view? Let's click on your friend. But then this one doesn't. Is I own a mouse? You know what? You know what I really need? Arch is, and it's a pity because this fucking joke here of lifting up a mouse will only work how, like, what, once every billion years when people ask if I own a mouse. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I just had like a plushy mouse that I could just be like, yes, I do. Of course I do. Who doesn't own a mouse? Also, my music just ended. What? Yes, YouTube. I'm still watching. Fuck off. It's a natural reaction. Hey, chat, you want to know what I just achieved 12 seconds ago? Literally 12 seconds ago. Friends, I just achieved the Twitch achievement. Kind of a big deal, too. I have reached 500,000 hours watched on my channel. Kind of a big deal. One was reached on 4/9/19 a year ago. I can't order that because that's on Amazon.com. But if I go to Amazon.ca and type in plush mouse, this one's pretty good. How's this? Same brand, too. So, chat, hear that? We're kind of a big deal. All right, chat, if someone gives me 1,500 bits, I'll get that mouse right now. Or a $15 tip. I don't get it. Unpaid in a week? Well, I mean, it'll sit on my wish list. Also, hey, Stockmund. You get a dollar for every hour watched. Let me tell you this, right? I don't even get $1 an hour. Actually, that's not true. I do get more than $1 an hour. Some days I don't even get. Today, I definitely haven't gotten $1 an hour. I think I made like a total of like $3 today. Actually, how much have I made today? But overall, I get at least $1 an hour because my Patreon covers that. I'm buying a plushie mouse. I will never make that joke again, but I guess I'm buying a plushie mouse. Cheers, Dr. Phineas. What is this map? It's a giant hole. I mean, I've still barely made any money because I literally just spent the money that was given to me on a plushie mouse. I don't know why, but I did. But yeah, this map is a really big hole. A really, really, really big hole. A really, really, really big hole. It means I earned more. I mean, it can live over in the realm of shit cam next to Rubber Duck. How's that? So whenever anybody asks if I use my mouse or something. Are there bees at the bottom? What? Bees at the bottom of what? Bottom of this? No. There's no bees. Just dwarves. And water. Like, the map is just a really big hole. It's a really big hole. See? It's very clear. Makes much more sense than Factorio. Well, hold on. 1 USD to CAD. I made 11 cents profit. Which doesn't even cover my taxes. So after I pay taxes. Yeah, I made 11 cents profit off of the 1,500 bits. Blind is rich? Yes. Most rich. But seriously, thanks for breaking the leaderboards a little bit. I will actually be shocked if anybody passes you all week, Dr. Phineas. I will be impressed if somebody does. Bellinaire, thank you very much for the host. It's caused Suey because I'm about to do that. Well, thank you, Bellinaire, very much for the host. How was Eco? Host yourself. I mean, I'm going to go do that in a minute. Yeah, Sui just turned her stream on, and I've been kind of waiting for that. But Bellinaire, check this out. Check out the size of this hole. This is my 1,000-year fort. I've got this tower that goes all the way up here. Okay? And that you got to oil. Congrats. Hey, Lovelust. How you doing? How's things? And then it goes all the way down here. We got these walkways up here, and I got this suspended little houses there. A tower in the middle. And down here we have the, like, more, like, temples and shit. We have the upstairs above our tavern, which is full of food. We have all the bedrooms around the outsides, crafting the bottom right. Big open areas. And then down here is, like, the history of our fort. A bunch of terracotta warriors. And all the stuff that we've been mining out's down here. It's been fun. And to think, you know? I'm only 5% done. It's a very slow loading bar. I like that combo a lot.
Mune7 wine underscore HF crypt 2 crypt 3 crypt Y.
I like that the customized emotes aren't counted as sub emotes. They're counted as global emotes. Thank you very much for the 15 months, Sparkle Farts. Welcome back. Fucking A. Yeah, imagine how big this pit's gonna get. Wait until I start digging pits under the pit. I'm thinking about digging actually another pit around the outside and making a gigantic dry moat. Because, like, I'm getting annoyed with these pesky trees growing here. So what if I just dig, like, another pit that's, like, I don't know, like 11 or so tiles wide, maybe a little wider, that just goes all the way around the outside again? And then filling that up with water, maybe? Maybe not. Yeah, a pit to have as a moat for my pit. I mean, it'd be weird to make a pile as a moat for my pit, right? I mean, I guess I could just make another wall. That could also be possible. I don't know. We have this trench here that's filled with spikes that are attached to a lever, and I can pull the levers and it goes stabby, 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 stabby. It does sound like an FPS drain, so I probably won't do that. But no, it's been good. It's a chasm in a chasm. It's a chasm's chasm. Yes, definitely better than pump stacking up magma from the magma sea. That is completely true. I could not agree with you more in that front. Yeah, I could not agree with you more on that front. Hey, Delitha. Why am I getting stabbied? Also, Bellinair, since you probably don't know some of those short stories, one of the more interesting things that happened in this fortress was we had a dwarven child named Morden. This child did a very effective job of murdering my Baroness. So as many people would say, nothing of value was lost. Literally ripped her leg off with his bare hands using his fingernails. Now, that would be fine. However, then one of my trusty miners saw this murder happening, and it terrified him so much he quickly put an end to the child's life by stabbing his face in using a steel pickaxe. Now, that wouldn't be a problem. Normally. I'm not doing any waterfalls in this fortress, because that is a fuck you frames situation. Now, that would be totally fine. However, in doing so, while hacking his face in, also just disemboweled one of his arms. Removed one of his arms. And his arm went flying and went from about here up into the air. Flew over here-ish. And then came back down and landed right here. Now, I didn't notice this. Didn't notice for like 15 years. We made a coffin for the child who was like 11 years old. Made a coffin for him, put his corpse away. It was fine, no ghosts. But that arm was still there. This is my central staircase that goes up and down. So everybody was constantly running past that. And every single time they ran up, they saw this arm. And every single time they ran down, they saw that arm. And every single dwarf in their mind had the same thought. I've seen Morden Dead's body, and it is distressing or upsetting or terrified or some version of this. And I was super confused. Why are they still seeing Morden's dead body? So I went into the the corpses and body parts section of the stocks menu and track down a missing limb. So now we have a memorial here to Morden. In memory of Morden, born in 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops with a copper pick, not a steel pick. In the year 27, slayer of Tapioke, Cobalt House, my Baroness. Another little story is, in the first few years of living here, I literally mean like the first 3-4 years, every single year, or twice a year even, we would get raided by 3 kobolds, okay? One of those kobolds was named Kaljaror, okay? Another one was Gurgi Kalildus, and another one was Gurgi Kalildus and Kaljaror. Now, there was also Brojor. There was another one that started with a BRO. Anyway, the last time they attacked us, Kaljaror, I think, and tried to steal some stuff from us, and they got a little bit too excited. And we killed them both. Then afterwards, we made a statue of Kaljaror to kind of fuck with them if they ever decide to come back. And we learned, upsettingly, that, well, Kaljaror was married. So we made this masterful, nice statue by Cassie of the kobold Gurgi Kalildus and the kobold Kaljaror. Kaljaror is embracing Gurgi Kalildus, and the artwork relates to the marriage of the kobold Kaljaror and Gurgi Kalildus. So somewhere out in the world, there is a very sad single kobold. Probably still alive, frankly. Should have had a high-five situation to commemorate the young dwarf's corpse by high-fiving him today. Yes. Hey, Technotroll. What's up? Yeah, pretty much. I cry every time, Lovelust. Every time. Yeah, basically. We have an awesome statue on the front porch celebrating the ruining of their marriage. Also, up until now, we've known very little about the elves that reside in the north. The Noiseless Volcano, an elven faction that we know next to nothing about until this past year, when on this clear Tormulin pedestal, Sadil Gassis, I think was the name of it. Or no, not that one. It was this one. Yes. The artifact, the Learning of Holds, is a granite ring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with granite cabochons and square brilliant cut blue jades, and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of pecan wood. On the item is an image of Esmweld Cloister the Dwarf in pigtail. It shows the ascension of him to the position of king of the United Creation, our dwarven civilization in year 5. But there's also, actually no, that's not it. Which one is the one that has the thing? Anyway, we made an artifact recently, which has an image of dwarves and elves fighting, and takes note of a war. And from that point forward, we've been aware that my faction's actually at war with those elves. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Uh-oh. Where is it? Let me find it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, right, yeah, it was the silver coins, not the artifact. Durr. 37. I'm so tired of you, YouTube, being stupid. Stop. Who turned on autoplay? I certainly did. I would never turn on autoplay. Autoplay is for weirdos. Coins. I love the number of coins we have. Okay, why? What happened to the year 50 ones? 40, 41. 50. There it is. It's right at the bottom. This one. View. This is a stack of 500 coins. It is the silver currency of Aston Duber from the year 50. On the front of the coin is a superiorly designed image of Ited Veildwhip, the dwarf and dwarves, and relates to the ascension of him to the position of king. On the coin's back is a superiorly designed image of elves and dwarves. The elves are fighting with the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the attack on the gem of funerals of the ignited creation of the gem of funerals of the ignited creation at metal partnered by the noiseless volcano in the summer of 12. So as of the year 12, we've actually been at war with those elves. I had no idea. Because it's not listed as my known factions, because we have no contact with them. But these two Elven Forest Retreats up here are at war with my mountain home down here. It's very strange that they didn't tell us. But, yeah, metal partnered. They attacked this hillocks. Also, another thing that's kind of neat, the mountain home of the other dwarven civilization, or not the mountain home, but where is it? Which is the one with the really funny name? Or is it my mountain home? Where's the dwarven fortress with the really funny name? Cryptwax, Gorges, mix of Keeper Weave, Rock Nature, Crystal. Oh no, it's all the way down here. This one. This is the one. Yeah, this is my mountain home of the ignited creation. The Fortress of Trumpet Stroke. The mountain home for my faction is called Trumpet Stroke. Can you scroll back in the calendar? Not without going into Legends mode, no. Right? And don't forget about Jellybutt, our local mad lad who's running around babbling, who's been in prison for like a very long time, give or take 20 years, and they've never let her out. She went insane and has just kind of been there ever since. But this has been a excellent stream of the Fortress of Longdeath, which is now almost 5% complete. What the fuck have I signed up for? Thank you, Belliner, for the host off at the end. And everybody who's hung out. It's been a fantastic stream. Thank you very much to Dr. Phineas for making me buy a stupid plushie. Thank you. Shoutouts to everybody who's hung out today. And everybody who's spent time in this channel. Cheers. We're gonna raid Sui. Because Sui is one of my teammates. She's fantastic. And she's learning CK3. So if you know CK3, go help her. She'll probably need you. I'm actually gonna do a raid today. So do that thing. Spam beers and stuff.